Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Wallix and Barfroy. Yeah. Yo, gather around the hookah, light up that shisha glow. EA just got scooped by the Saudi fund, yo, 55 below. Public investment fund, riding in a camel caravan. Taking battlefield private, now with Sandstorm in the plan. Remember SimCity disasters, build a skyline, watch it crash. Now with PF Cash, they'll build a hold that empire in the flash. Madden NFL. You used to draft a squad for free, but now it's oil bearer known as pay to win the Lombardi Trophy. Loot boxes spinning like a Sufi dancer in the night. Desert winds howling, but your wallet taking flight. Habibi, EA's gone Arabian. Genies granting greed, censorship bills on the pixels, planning microtransaction seats. From FIFA to FC, the kicks are getting pricey. Saudi sheikhs in the boardroom turning fun to frenzy. Loot boxes, paywalls, oh what a sight. EA's new jam, pay or perish in the doom delight. Apex Legends dropping high, Battle Royale in the rift. But post buyout, expect loot llamas with a Saudi twist. Open one up, get a camel skin or a burqa for your squad. Or blow 99 bucks on a legend that prays to the odd god. Star Wars Battlefront, lightsabers clashing in the stars. Now Jedi gotta fast for Ramadan, no for seals after dogs. The Sims build your dream house, but no boozy house party. Censorship squad raids the fridge, halal vibes only hardy hard. Dragon Age, Veil Guard, flopping like a bad hummus dip. Now they'll veil the dragons too, make them bow and skip the whip. Loot boxes spinning like a Sufi dancer in the night. Desert winds howling, but your wallet's taking flight. Habibi, it's gone Arabian. Genies granting greed, censorship bills on the pixels, planning microtransaction seats. From FIFA to FC, the kicks are getting pricey. Saudi sheikhs in the boardroom turning fun to frenzy. Loot boxes, paywalls, oh what a sight. It's no jam, pay or perish in the doom delight. Yeah. Word to the wise, gamers in the soak, beware the mirage. Kushner and Silver Lake lurking, turning pixels to a barrage. Used to rage quit over anthems crash, now it's oil crashes we fear. Monetization marching like a Hajj pilgrimage year after year. But hey, maybe next battlefield's got falafel drops and doom buggies. Just don't pray for fair play, cause the genie's all about them Krugerrency. So raise your Toby to the takeover, from Redwood City to Riyadh. EA's the new oasis, thirsty for your cash, mad sad. No more indie dreams, just premium passes to the pearly gates. Loot your soul for a skin or rage delete. Fate's too late, peace out pixels. May your servers run eternal like the Nile. But if they ban the twerk emote, blame the Saudi style. Habibi, EA's going Arabian. Genies granting greed, censorship bills on the pixels, planning microtransaction seed. From FIFA to FC, the kicks are getting pricey. Saudi sheikhs in the boardroom turning fun to frenzy. Loot boxes, paywalls, oh what a sight. EA's new jam, pay or perish in the doom delight. Oh. Yeah. 'Cause from metal rage, let the headbangs fly for the corporate overlords who bleed us dry. Whispers from the boardroom, more microtransactions, please. Ignore the backlash, bring them to their knees. Todd smiles from his vault of endless gold, while gamers rage quit, feeling bought and sold. But way to twist the orchestra rebels. Symphony of satire ringing corporate bells. Final thought. Oh, the great symphony plays on forevermore. Todd Howard's lesson etched in lore. Re-release the pain, hike the price again. Mediocre empires, where does it end? Xbox greed lords, hear our metal roar. Will pirate your seas or just play no more? And dress your fury in the key of good night. Microsoft, turn off the light.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome back. I've missed you. Missed you greatly. Today, we are going to discuss many things. Should be interesting. Some of it depressing, some of it exciting. Okay, not much of it exciting. A lot of it very interesting, I think, because we are at the precipice of a lot of major changes within the industry, and you know what? It's going to be interesting to watch. It really will. It's going to be fascinating. Sorry, I'm charging my Oculus there. It's normally back there, but I realized it wasn't charging even though I had it plugged in. So I've got it charging here. Got it charging there, just out of frame. Anyway, how is everybody doing? How's the throat? You always know what to ask. Good, we're getting there. We're getting there. It's little by little. I mean, you can still probably hear something in there. Still have a bit of a cough, but it's certainly a lot better than it was. It's just like little by little, we're getting there. It's, I don't know. I know a lot of people that actually are dealing with similar stuff. We were talking with somebody on the phone last night, and they live in another state, and they had the same exact thing happen over the last like 2 weeks or so. They had pretty much identical sickness. So it seems like it's just going around for whatever reason. I don't know what bug it is, because it seemed like it was even a viral thing. It doesn't seem like it was you know, like an infection or anything. It just was some really weird bug that was going around. I don't know, above my pay grade. I have the crud too. Yeah, I think it's, a lot of people getting sick recently. Yeah, well, and my wife, who has been resisting it for a long time, she just this morning had a bit of a cough, and I was like, oh no, I was really hoping you wouldn't get it, because it sucks. I mean, I had not had a sickness so bad that like I couldn't sleep. I hadn't had that in a long time. But that's how bad this was. Like if I laid flat on the bed, all the crud in my lungs would just like sink and loosen, and then like you couldn't breathe because like you were just hacking and you couldn't sleep at all. It was bizarre. Like I haven't had to try to sleep basically sitting up in I don't even know how many years, but that's how bad it was at one point. And that was with me doped up on all sorts of stuff. So yeah, I don't know what it is, but yeah, we're getting through it. Hopefully Nikki, she's been taking a ton of like elderberry stuff and zinc stuff and vitamin C supplements. Like, she's been taking everything you possibly can to try and get ahead of it, but we'll just see. We'll see. The Rona, maybe I had coronavirus. Was it last year or 2 years ago? I had it for the second time. And for me, when I get the Rona, it just feels like I swallowed a bundle of thumbtacks. Like, for me, it's just the most excruciating pain in my throat. Other people have it differently. For them, it's much more in their lungs, at least I've heard. But yeah, this was very much in the lungs. It was pretty bad. Pretty bad. Don't recommend it. Yeah. Still should have done your 4-hour streams, dude, for real. Well, what was also particularly weird about it is that I felt for the first like 80% of this sickness, my body felt totally fine. It was literally just my voice. So just my larynx was going out and swollen and like I couldn't talk. But everything else was totally fine. I felt fine. I could go run a mile. Like, it didn't affect me, except for my voice. And then it eventually spread to my lungs. So I don't know if it was 2 separate illnesses or if it was just one big one that slowly moved. I don't know. But either way, we're here. Miles, thank you for the 21 months. Kick that cold in the behind. You got this, Luke. Stay strong. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, we're trying. And then Sarat, thank you also for the 10 gifted memberships. Golly gee whiz. Welcome everybody who just got those. That's fantastic. It's fantastic. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Appreciate you. And just another Isaac, also over on Twitch. Thank you for the sub with Prime. Thank you. Yes, we also do have the podcast later with Jor here in a little bit, so we will be joining up with him with better audio today. You're welcome. So that'll be good. Let's see. I also wanted to answer a couple of these questions from the Discord. Let's see. Let's see. Where did it go? Oh yeah, from Y. It crops the name off for some people, but hey, look, can't remember if you've been asked this question and answered it, but have you told us if you read any or all of the Witcher books? If yes, what did you think of them? Actually, in the studio, it's actually like right behind me. They actually sit right there. That's the newer collection. I initially read the Witcher books like in PDF form, back when I was very broke and living in a basement unit of an old house. I read them in PDF form, and the translation wasn't very good. It was like pretty janky, but it got the point across. So I did read them back in the day, initially like that. And then I got this, which was like one of those full bundle collections. I'm sure you can get this on like Amazon or whatever, but this was the full collection where all the books were printed. It's the apparently good translation, and they get the job done and are much more presentable. But yeah, I do really like the Witcher books. They're not, I don't know, they aren't, at least for me, they weren't what I was expecting. Like the Witcher books, I think some people might expect them to read much closer to like a Game of Thrones or, you know, standard fantasy novel or series. But they don't, especially like they recommend going in a very particular order to read the stories, especially like if you're pairing it with the show or the games or something. And they're broken up into the early ones are broken up into much smaller stories and like little vignettes and stuff, which is very interesting, but it's written much differently than I think a lot of people are used to. Still very good, but yeah, it's a very unique structure, but I like them. Also, Not Your Average Joe did ask, do you think Atlas will make the jump to full voice acting for their future games? I like Metaphor and Persona, but it would be easier to play and recommend them if they were fully voice acted instead of just for select cutscenes. How big of a jump is it financially between what they're doing now and full voice acting? Are there different reasons why they wouldn't make that change, or is it strictly financial and convenience decision? I mean, I think obviously finances play into it. I think also these games are primarily developed in Japanese and then they're translated for Western audiences as well. But I think if they really wanted to, and if they thought that it would lead to a benefit, they would put up with the expense. I just think a lot of it is also built around the structure of the game. Like even in a game like Metaphor, a lot of the dialogue, like in the dedicated scenes where there's voice acting, it's carefully written. A lot of the other stuff, you know, you'll have a sentence of dialogue written out, but then the character just goes, or sounds good to me. And then it's a full sentence basically explaining that, but in more detail. So I, you know, to a certain extent, maybe they just don't think it's worth it. And they think that it's just not worth the trouble, because a lot of people will quickly scan through and read it and skip the dialogue anyways. I don't know. For me, I don't think it's that big of a deal. When I played Metaphor, I didn't feel like they needed more voice acting personally. I felt like it was pretty well balanced, because the stuff where they don't have dedicated voice acting, I think they just understand or even expect that a lot of people will scan it and then skip it and then scan it and then skip it. So even if it was fully voice acted, people would quickly read the dialogue and then skip forward, you know? So I don't think it's a huge deal, but we'll see. Let's see. Greg, thank you for the 5. Hey, I just came from McTannon's stream. Rockstar changed their website UI and everyone is starting to think we may be getting GTA 6 news next Tuesday. I did see that they did update GTA. What website was it? Was it just GTA? Or no, it was just Rockstar. They did like a full UI update and it's like all schmexy now. Yeah. So they overhauled all of this and it's all much more streamlined, much more modern than it was before. And it does look a good bit better. Grand Theft Auto Online. I don't know. We might see something. But there's also been people that were willing to bet their left nut on like the next day there's going to be GTA 6 trailer 3. And it never happened. So at this point, I don't pretend to expect or know anything. They're going to do whatever the hell they want to do. And it could be Tuesday, but from everything I can tell, it seems like if they know that we expect it on a certain day, they're not going to do it on that day, you know, because they're watching the community. They know what people are saying. So if they think that you expect it on X day, they're just going to do it the day after that, you know, because they can. They're just badass like that. Dude, I just cannot wait for this. I mean, for real. It's going to be insane. If they actually hit May. I mean, who knows if they actually land May. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Can't come soon enough. Man, Luke, just go on vacation again. Yeah, every time I go on vacation, something happens. Heard a bunch of content creators going to Japan in November. Any thoughts on that? I have suspicions. A lot of it's tricky because talking about a lot of that stuff, it's tricky because I will hear about it or I will know what it is. Like in some cases, I've been invited, but I've had to turn it down for one reason or another. So like, I know what's happening, but I can't talk about it. Like people were saying, oh, well, did you hear? Some people are saying that they're going to go to China in July. I wonder what that's for. And then I'm like, yeah, I wonder, when I know what it's for, you know, it's tricky.
But the first 2 episodes of Dispatch already have me second guessing that.
I honestly thought Expedition 33 was locked for best performance and narrative, but the first 2 episodes of Dispatch already have me second guessing that. Lo-Fi, thank you for bringing up Dispatch, and thank you for the 10. Very generous. But yeah, dude, Dispatch. Yeah. So okay. Okay, how do I want to do this? I told you guys on Monday that night, me and my wife were going to try Dispatch, which is the new game from Ad Hoc Studio. A bunch of people that previously worked on games like The Wolf Among Us, Tales from the Borderlands, Walking Dead, former Telltale devs. And they put together this game that is sort of like a choose your own adventure narrative type game. But it is a very, very well executed narrative game about superheroes and about this, like, basically it kind of reminds me of The Boys mixed with I don't even know what else. I mean, well, I guess, you know, a Walking Dead style game, but it's just really, really well executed and well done. And so me and my wife, we've played through both episodes. We finished it last night. Tonight, the next 2 episodes launch. And dude, it is very, very good. It's not going to be for everybody. The gameplay is pretty minimal for sure, but seriously, in terms of story execution, performances, everything, it is very, very, very well done. I don't know what the like choice and consequence and differential will be like, but it's gonna be very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Sorry, my wife is calling me. It's probably nothing. She probably just forgot I'm streaming, but I'm gonna take it anyways just to be safe. So give me just a second, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Everything's good. Everything's good. She just forgot I was on stream, so I was like, I want to make sure if something's wrong, nothing's bad. But yeah. Anyway, so it's not for everybody. The gameplay is pretty minimal. I mean, basically, you play as a dispatcher, choosing which heroes to assign to certain jobs. And these sequences, you know, there's maybe one every episode. Most of the episodes, which are like 45 minutes to an hour long, are going to be spent doing things like this, seeing dialogue play out, choosing dialogue options, having the story branch off one way or the other. I haven't experimented with it enough to know how variable the outcomes are. Like if it's actually choose your own adventure, or if it's one of those things where it's like there's 2 ways of saying the same thing, or you choose this option, it forces you this way, or you choose this option, it forces you that way, either way. But so far, I've really, really liked it. It's very, very well done. And yeah, I'm a fan. I'm a fan. So I recommend that you go check it out if you've not already. It's $30, 8 episodes. It's got some amazing voice talent. You might recognize this voice.
You gonna eat those Twinks?
That's not what they're... You know what? Help yourself.
Moist Critical. Yeah, Charlie's voice acts in it. Aaron Paul. Like, they've got a pretty killer voice cast, and it's all very, very well done, well written. It's just good. It's just good, man. I'm a fan. So yeah, I recommend you check out Dispatch. Really, really solid so far. We'll see how they pull it off. The next 2 episodes launch tonight, so I'll be playing the next 2 episodes as well. But yeah, it's very good. It's very, very good. Mr. Charles White. Yes, Mr. Charles White. Did I punt the guy or kick? Nikki was controlling at that point, and she chose kick, I think, because I think it was kick or punt. She chose kick. I would have chose punt, but what are you gonna do? How many episodes are left? So tonight 3 and 4 launch, next week 5 and 6 launch, and the week after that 7 and 8 launch. So that's how it's broken up. I don't typically like episodic stuff. I like to just binge and play through all of them, but you know, beggars can't be choosers, I suppose. Speaking of beggars, let's talk about the people that Microsoft's firing and all of that. Let's do that real quick. Real quick. Let's do this. New segment. So our friend, buddy, and pal, Satya Nadella, CEO of all of Microsoft, the $4 trillion company, he went on to a show, TBPN, which I don't know what that is, but he went on to this panel and did a little interview with them and said a lot of stuff that got clipped and started going viral for all sorts of reasons. Now, some of what he said was taken out of context. Other bits were fair extractions of what he said that were then kind of stretched out across the board. So what I've done is I went back to the original source. I'm going to show you the actual clip in the interview and what he says. And we're going to talk about it because he does say some things which I think, is, at least at first glance, sound ridiculous. Which is why they started going viral. So we're going to talk about it, but basically he outlines and discusses the games side of the business directly. And this is always fascinating because Satya is the ultimate decision maker. If you're not clear, Satya is the CEO of Microsoft. He is in charge of everything. He then has, his other subordinates. He has like the CFO, and Amy Wood. And she has been involved in Microsoft's like budgeting and pricing models for Xbox, because Xbox is a subsidiary of Microsoft. And so what Satya tells Phil to do, Phil has to do. And same with what Amy tells him, they have to do that. So if you hear what Satya says about the gaming business, it can start to explain a lot of what's going on at Xbox, especially if it's stuff that doesn't seem like Phil would normally do it. It's probably coming from Satya. So let's see what he has to say about the gaming business and how he views it.
So to me, remember the biggest gaming business is the Windows business.
Yeah.
To us, gaming on Windows.
Yeah.
And of course, Steam has built a massive marketplace on top of it and done a very successful job of it. So to us, the way we are thinking about gaming is, first of all, now we're the largest publisher after the Activision. So therefore, we want to be a fantastic publisher, similar approach to what we did with Office. We're going to be everywhere in every platform. So
First thing, we are the biggest publisher after the Activision acquisition, which is technically true. After they spent $70 billion, they are the biggest publisher. That is technically true. And he says, just like I've been saying for years, their approach is going to be the same as what they did with Microsoft Office, where they want you to have a subscription that you pay every single month. You're reliant on the product for your day-to-day operations, either as a business or as an individual. So you're constantly giving them a steady flow of cash. And they want to distribute that on every single device and every platform everywhere. Microsoft Office is available on Mac. Even though Microsoft does not make Macs, you can get Office on Mac, because even though you're using hardware that they didn't create and an operating system they didn't create, you're still using their software, so they still win. That's going to be their approach for everything, okay? I've been saying this for years, and he just literally said it word for word, but this has been their approach and will continue to be Satya's approach, which is to treat the games business the same way they treated Microsoft Office.
we want to make sure, whether it's consoles, whether it's the PC, whether it's mobile, whether it's cloud gaming, or the TV. So we just want to make sure the games are being enjoyed by gamers everywhere. Second, we also want to do innovative work in the system side, on the console and on the PC.
This is going to be very interesting, okay? So your outlines at first, we want to be everywhere on every platform for everybody. So in terms of distribution, they are using it as the purest form of the word. Distribute everywhere, whether you're on your phone or you're on a console or a PC or even just on your Samsung TV with a controller paired to it. They want you to be able to play their games that they're distributing. That's the first major pillar of their strategy. The second component is he's saying he wants to innovate. And this is what started to go viral, some of the stuff that he's going to describe here in the next few seconds. So pay attention to what he says, because he says the key to this is innovation. I also apologize, it's not very loud. Yeah, they did not balance it very well. It is maxed out.
And it's kind of funny that, people think about the console, PC as two different things. We built the console because we wanted to build a better PC, which could then perform for gaming. And so I kind of want to revisit some of that conventional wisdom.
So they built consoles initially because they wanted to build a better PC effectively in a tighter form factor with a restricted ecosystem, which is sort of true. That is kind of the goal of it. It is a personal computing device that has limited use cases. And it's also fascinating if you go back to the original story of the Xbox, where Bill Gates did not like the idea of it. Apparently Bill Gates was like livid at the original pitch for Xbox because it wasn't going to be able to run other Microsoft apps. Like he wanted you to be able to use Microsoft Office products on your Xbox. Like what? Okay, like who wants to use PowerPoint on their Xbox? Now it sounds insane, but back then that was one of those things that Bill Gates was really upset about, was that they were going to do that and lock it down so much to just one use case. But Satya now is saying he wants to revisit some of the conventional wisdom around the distinction between PC and console, which is once more just reiterating what all the other leaks and rumors have been for a while, which is that they're going to kind of blur the lines between the two, and Microsoft's days of treating consoles and PCs as two separate sort of things, those days are probably over. They're going to start to view their consoles as just Xbox branded PCs, basically, with more lockdown hardware, which is interesting. But continuing on, because he's about to say something else very interesting.
But at the end of the day, console has an experience that is unparalleled. It delivers performance that's unparalleled. That pushes, I think, the system forward. So I'm very looking forward to the next console, the next PC gaming. But most importantly, the game business model has to be where we have to invent maybe some new interactive media as well.
This paired with what he's about to say is going to blow your brain. Okay. He wants to invent some new interactive media as well, because the game business model has some shortcomings. What are those shortcomings? He's about to tell you.
Because after all, the gaming's competition is not other gaming. Gaming's competition is short form video. And so if we as an industry don't continue to innovate, both how we produce, what we produce, how we think about distribution, the economic model, right? Best way to innovate is to have good margins, because that's the way you can fund.
So gaming's main competition is not other gaming, it's short form video. And if you want to compete with that, you have to innovate. And then he says the best way to innovate is with higher margins, because then you can spend money, is what's implied, is you can spend money on innovating and researching and developing and taking risks that you wouldn't otherwise be able to do. If you have high enough margins on the money making stuff, you can waste money elsewhere, you know? Now, this obviously started getting clipped everywhere, where people were like, Satya says the competition for gaming is TikTok. Like, okay, starts to make a lot of sense why they're approaching things the way that they are, why they are not trying to compete with PlayStation in these various ways. They're trying to compete with TikTok. And I think that there's a reason it went viral, but to play, to try and strong arm this, or steelman rather, this position, what he's saying. What he's saying is not actually that crazy, and it actually was said by somebody else that we all know and love. Sean Layden. Do you remember Sean Layden? Kind of the visionary behind the PS4 era. He's the big guy that was responsible for greenlighting all of these massive new IP, like God of War's reboot, the Spider-Man on PS4. Like he was behind pretty much the success of the PS4 era. He was the guy. And then Jim Ryan took over, and we all know how that went. But he was the guy behind the PS4 era of PlayStation's gaming. So I think he really knows what he's talking about. What did he say? Well, he was quoted last year in an article with Newsweek as saying that the games industry is losing the next generation to TikTok. What did he say? Well, he outlines a bunch of little bitty things, but he says, even when you hear gaming revenue went up 23% during the pandemic, it wasn't from new people necessarily. It was more money from the same people. And this is the existential threat I talk about when I'm meeting with developers and publishers, that you're just getting more money off the same people. It's a business model I understand, and you understand, and that's fine, but we're not growing the next generation. We're losing the next generation to TikTok. the competition for gaming isn't Xbox and Nintendo. He's speaking from PlayStation's perspective. It's everything else in the freaking zeitgeist that can take your time away from your gaming activity. And this is something that has been echoed again by not just Sean Layden now and Satya Nadella, but other industry analysts, which is that when these companies are doing analysis of customers and specifically the behaviors of young people who historically have spent a lot of their free time gaming, a larger and larger chunk of their free time is being spent doom scrolling on Instagram Reels, on TikTok, on YouTube Shorts. And that scares them because they need your time to be spent in the games. Therefore, you're willing to spend money on those games. It's true that the people like you and me who play games, we are still setting aside time to play those games and spend money on those games. But those like 16, 17, 18, 19-year-olds are overwhelmingly more likely to spend hours of their time doom scrolling than playing a narrative console game. Now, I think to a certain extent, a lot of those people may grow out of that. I think you could also argue, you know, it's like the chicken and the egg. Are they doom scrolling because there's no compelling games out? And if there were compelling games out, they wouldn't doom scroll? Or are there no compelling games out because they're doom scrolling instead, so they don't find anything compelling? There's certainly some discussions to be had there. I think if you make compelling games, people will flock to them. But I think their primary fear is just that if people are spending larger and larger chunks of their time not gaming, that they will eventually fall out of the industry and no longer be that committed to it and spend money in it. So while this did go viral, because obviously it's a very shocking thing to hear initially, he's not alone in thinking this. And one of the guys that really knows his stuff, Sean Layden, demonstrably, he's echoing the same exact sentiments.
It's not other gaming. Gaming's competition is short form video.
Yeah.
And so if we as an industry don't continue to innovate, both how we produce, what we produce, how we think about distribution, the economic model, right? Best way to
And this is why you can start to understand maybe why they're focused so much on every device. Because what their primary concern is that if you are looking at this screen, you're engaging with this device. If I'm looking at this screen at my computer, I'm engaging with this device. If I'm on my couch looking at my TV, I'm engaging with that device. And there's a barrier to switch from that device to another one. And so their goal is to be everywhere so that if you're sitting on your couch, you can play your Xbox games on that device. If you're on your phone and you're choosing in that moment to either doom scroll on Instagram or TikTok or quickly go to cloud gaming and play a video game, they want to make that as easy and approachable to you as possible. It's sort of a dystopian viewpoint on people to think that like their monkey brains operate in such a like shallow way that it really is just how easy the app is to open for them. But I think for a lot of people that probably is how it works. Now, the saving grace to all of this is that he is saying that they need to innovate, suggesting that they will spend money on things and projects that are riskier, and the way that they do that is with higher margins, which is something that we've seen here, as previously reported earlier this month, which was that according to Bloomberg's initial article, Microsoft has been pushing Xbox to hit 30% profit margins for the gaming business. So for every dollar that they spend, they need to make 30 cents, which is very steep. The games industry tends to sit at like 10 to 12% margins, even for like really healthy companies. And that's even considered like pretty remarkable. So it's just kind of bizarre to see them pushing for 30%. But Satya at least is saying publicly that the goal of that is to then allow them to spend money on higher risk projects and try to innovate. The counter to that would obviously be that they're not going to innovate. They'll just keep doing the same thing they've always done, doing the bare minimum, and then they just pocket the extra money and the higher margin, which I think is a fair perspective to have, because I would not say that Microsoft Office has spent a lot of time innovating. The one thing that they've done is they've gone and added like Copilot to all sorts of nonsense that didn't need it. Even Microsoft Paint. What is this? What is this? But this is Microsoft freaking Paint, and they've added Copilot to MS Paint. Like, this is the extent of their innovation. Okay, so forgive me for not feeling that confident in Satya's promises, but I wanted to discuss this because I do think it went viral for good reason. It is kind of a shocking thing to hear an executive of a $4 trillion company say, but it is a sentiment that has been echoed by other people that we very much respect and that certainly know the gaming industry, like Sean Layden. It's not an insane thing to say that the younger generation is spending a lot more of their free time doom scrolling than we ever did. And anytime they're spending doom scrolling is time that they're not playing games, which is a problem for these businesses that are reliant on all of this. So I think that is important to note. As for where this is going more generally, they're just going to continue to push for higher margins, which means more layoffs. It means more microtransactions. It means higher price points. It means, just cranking all the dials and then cutting fat wherever they can. And that's just how they're going to do it. But it's the same thing I've been saying for years, which is just that Satya thinks that you can run the games business the same way he runs the Microsoft Office business or the Windows 11 business. And I just don't think that works. Like, I think that they're just such different markets and industries that just because you can have a team of engineers that are contracted working on a security update for Windows 11, and then you cancel their contracts, fire them, and go hire somebody else for the next update. You can do that with Windows. I don't think you can do that and have a healthy games development culture or anything, because video games are engineering, but they're also art, and artists, they don't tend to handle that type of treatment very well. Engineers, you can kind of bully, but with Microsoft, I think that they just fundamentally misunderstand how this is going to go. And I think you're already seeing the ramifications of it. They're starting to have trouble retaining talent because a lot of people are leaving, getting under the Solus Corporation umbrella, and there's very little job security. Even if you make a phenomenal game one year, if they just decide that they don't want you anymore, your entire team is fired. That's no way to do your best work. That's no way to feel secure in your position or in your creative endeavors. And I think it's just going to be years and years and years of slow decline, and with occasional rapid drops, don't get me wrong. But I think that it's probably going to start to accelerate at the start of next generation, because my sneaking suspicion is and has been that Phil Spencer will probably be booted out or just retire at the start of next generation or right before it. And Sarah Bond will take his place. And Sarah Bond, for better or worse, is somebody that knows how to climb the corporate ladder. I think she takes his place and will do the bidding of Satya through and through, because I think her ultimate goals and aspirations are above head of Xbox. I think she wants to keep climbing the ladder after that. So she'll do whatever Satya wants her to do. And I think it's just going to be more and more and more of the same. And realistically, in 10 years, I think that Microsoft probably will just have transformed Xbox into the Surface like platform. Think of the Surface laptops, where it's like, yeah, you can buy an Xbox, but nobody really does. Like, maybe I know one person who bought one years ago, but the vast majority of people are engaging with their software on other devices, and the hardware is a total afterthought. The brand will have lost a lot of its meaning. Like, the Surface brand has lost a lot of its meaning, and it'll mainly just be about the software that you can get anywhere and everywhere. And that's what they're going to do. So yeah, that's my guess. When is Satya going down? Whenever he wants to. Like, people can rage about Satya all you want, but Satya has led Microsoft through a pretty difficult period. He took over. When did he take over? 2014. Yeah, he took over in 2014 following Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer. Steve Ballmer was the guy that was like behind the Windows Phone and and like he blew the, I mean, many of the big things throughout the 2000s, he totally fumbled, but seems like a fun guy. He's actually, I believe, the single largest owner of Microsoft shares. He's like one of the richest people in the world because he just never sold any of his Windows stock. It's very interesting. But Nadella, he has led Microsoft from 2014 all the way through today and has built it into a $4 trillion company. Like, say what you will about him, he knows how to do what investors want him to do, which is to take the stock price and crank it up. When he took over, the stock was trading for the equivalent of like $40, $45 a share, and today it's trading at 540. If you can do this, you know, 1,000% return on the stock during your tenure, the shareholders will let you do whatever the hell you want to do. So I don't think Satya is going anywhere until Satya wants to go somewhere. That would be my guess. And it doesn't seem like the investors or shareholders are upset with his current outlook. On the counter example would be somebody like Tim Cook, who has led Apple to great heights as well. But a lot of investors are really frustrated with his current outlook, where there's no innovation and Apple has totally bungled their AI implementation and rollout while everybody else has been making great strides there. So it's going to be interesting. But either way, Satya, he, you know, this certainly is a viral, eye-catching headline. It's not the most insane thing, but I think that the way that they're handling it is just flat out wrong. And I think that they're going to continue to lose market share and gamer commitment and interest. Yeah, some people pointed out that he never said the word Xbox at all. I think that's pretty clear because they view it as Microsoft Gaming, not as Xbox. Xbox is just kind of like a logo that they slap on stuff. But yeah, I just think Satya thinks he can run this the same way he ran Office, and that's just not how this works. I don't know, it seems pretty insane. What I mean is that when you break it down in terms of what they're saying in terms of hours spent, it is true that young people spend a lot more time doom scrolling nowadays compared to 5 years ago, and that is taking away from time that they would have spent playing and spending money on games. And they want to find a way to get people back playing games. I don't think the way to do that is by putting everything on the phone and by like using xCloud to stream games on your TV. I don't think that that's like the magic fix. I think it's making more compelling video games and stuff. And I think, you know, laying off a lot of people and using a bunch of contract work and raising prices on everything. I don't think that that magically fixes it. Because what's the other component of this, which I think is just so freaking funny? He mentions short form video is like the big thing that people are leaving gaming for. Well, the thing about doom scrolling is that it's free. You can just pop open your phone on TikTok and doom scroll. And yeah, it'll present you ads, but it's free. You can just keep going and keep going and keep going. And so his answer to that is like, we have to innovate, but also by innovating, we need to raise margins to be able to innovate. And that means charging even more, raising the barrier to entry across the board. And it's like, I think that is just going to make it more like frustrating. I think that's going to make it a bigger problem. You know, like I think that's just going to keep them locked away even more. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? So I think like maybe you've identified the problem, but again, the solution, I don't see how this is a solution. People are not spending money in our games, probably in part because it's so expensive to even get into the ecosystem at all. So how are we going to deal with it? Well, we're going to raise prices so we can figure out an answer. That to me doesn't sound like a great answer. Like to me, that seems like you're just going to make the problem worse and then try to figure out the answer after the fact. When I'm not even sure if he wants to find an answer. I think he's probably just chilled, getting more money by raising the prices on everything. So yeah. I mean, it's just silly. But I think the way you get those people back is by making compelling content, by not making it egregiously expensive to be involved in the industry, lowering the barrier to entry. And I think if you do that, the gamers will come. And it's the same thing. People used to say that all gamers were going to be leaving consoles and PC in favor of mobile games. You remember back in like 2013, everybody said that it's all going to be mobile games in 5 years or 10 years. Everybody was saying, nope, the future of gaming is on mobile. And all these industry analysts that are making millions were saying that was the future. And it ended up not really being the case. Yes, there's a lot of mobile games, but console gamers, PC gamers still exist and still spend a lot of money on the hobby. And I think that there's the old saying from actually Jeff Bezos, where he said, typically, if you identify a pattern in the data, but it disagrees with the anecdote, usually when there's the disagreement between data and the anecdote, usually the anecdote is actually correct. And there's just something wrong with the data, or the data is overfitted, or it's too niche or whatever. And in this case, I think the data demonstrates that, yeah, people are spending more time on TikTok than playing games compared to 5 years ago. That's true. The anecdote from gamers, though, is, no, I just want good games, and I don't want them to cost $80, and I don't want to spend $30 a month on a subscription. Like, I don't want any of that. My anecdote is that, no, I'm like, TikTok is not stealing me away from gaming. It's the excessive prices. TikTok is just something else I can do for free in that time period I would have spent playing games when there's no games to be played. So even though like he's identifying a pattern in the data, he's coming to, I would argue, the wrong conclusions about it. And he just happens to be in a position where he can make multi-billion-dollar bets on it, which we'll see how it plays out. You know, we'll see how that goes. No, the Jeff Bezos, the same one firing people because of firing people cause innovation in AI. You want to know the sneaky truth about all the layoffs that hit? Microsoft, or rather Amazon, just announced that they're laying off like 30,000 people in their corporate wing. It's like 4% of their workforce or something. Did I bookmark the numbers? I don't think I did. You want to know the secret truth? Sneaky truth? The fact of the matter is that they need a lot of money to buy GPUs for all the AI infrastructure for AWS. AWS is the one thing that makes Amazon pretty good money consistently with like high margins. The retail business has really low margins historically. So AWS is like the big money maker for Amazon. It's like their huge thing. It's the reason why they're a multi-trillion-dollar company, is because of that. But they only have so much money to spend on GPUs every year. And this year they started running out of money to do that, even though I dropped something. Even though a lot of people expressed, investors and shareholders expressed frustration that they only grew, I think they grew their market share or revenues by like 18% year over year, which is remarkable, but it still wasn't enough. So Amazon needs to find more money in the budget to buy up GPUs and expand their AI investments. And the only way that they can do that is by cutting elsewhere. They can't just magically make money appear out of nowhere. So they started doing mass layoffs in the corporate field to try and free up capital to further invest in their AI ventures. I don't think that much of it is directly tied to AI innovation. They'll probably suggest that, oh yeah, a lot of the money that we're spending here is actually because we can do this because AI has increased efficiency, blah, blah, blah. Not really. Not really. A lot of it is just that they're trying to free up cash in the short term to keep throwing money. Microsoft said that they want to put $80 billion a year into AI infrastructure which is insane, but that's what they want to do. And they have to find that money somewhere, whether it be from Xbox's budgets or Windows budgets or whatever else. Like that's the key. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let me tell you 15,000 times no all caps. Then you keep doing all caps. You got to go bye-bye. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Anyway, I think we're just at a precipice of a lot of big bets being spent on AI, but pretty clearly AI is not ready for prime time. You know, it's not at the point where it can actually replace a lot of people, but these companies have to basically make financial decisions as if it is ready, and it is in that level. And it just leads to a lot of sort of self-destruction, you know? Future looking bleak. Well, dude, I also saw a stat. It's like 58% of people that graduated with a degree in like a sciences career, like a STEM field rather. Like 58% of them that graduated this year are still looking for a job and still have not found a job, which is crazy. Like there's people that graduated with like software engineering degrees or like pretty impressive degrees that previously would have been used all over the place, and they can't find jobs anywhere. Like it's wild. It's wild. This is interesting too. So according to a new report from Business Insider, EA is pushing its 15,000 employees to use AI for basically everything from code and concept art to managerial work like scripting conversations with direct reports about sensitive topics such as pay and promotions. One former Respawn employee said they're sure an AI bot reviewing and summarizing feedback from hundreds of playtesters, which was part of their job, was part of the reason that they got laid off. And you remember basically when it was announced that the Saudi private investment fund was going to be pairing up with a couple of other groups and taking EA private, buying it at a premium for $55 billion, which was a good bit more than they probably were actually worth. Like I said at the time, there's got to be some value that they see. They see some opportunity that makes up that like $10 billion difference. What is that gap? What do they see? And it honestly seems like the gap they saw was that they thought that they could use AI a lot more to drive down costs. And this is what's crazy. So Business Insider spoke to a number of people, current EA staff, speaking on the condition of anonymity, who said the company's leadership has spent the past year urging its roughly 15,000 employees to use AI for a wide variety of tasks, from making code and concept art to advising managers how to speak to staff about sensitive topics like pay or promotions. According to the report, some staff say the AI tools they're encouraged to use produce quote unquote flawed code that has to be manually corrected. This is actually also funny because there was a report, I forget from who, a few days ago, saying that a lot of companies that are early adopters of AI in their current workflows are spending more money than they would have without the AI tools, because they have to go and manually fix the problems that are generated through like AI coding or AI photoshopping and stuff. Like, for example, there was a restaurant, maybe not a great example, but there's a restaurant in Old Town Fort Collins, my hometown. We went down there for dinner one day, and there was a restaurant in downtown, and they had a big poster on their window, and it was of this, like, I think it was supposed to be a hedgehog, and it was a restaurant for like breakfast, and it was a hedgehog that was supposed to be like making eggs and bacon and stuff, but it was clearly an AI generated image of a hedgehog. So it had like different numbers of fingers and toes. Its eyes like were going in slightly different directions. It also like blended from hedgehog into porcupine in some spots. It looked terrible. And like it's trying to make sausage and bacon and eggs and stuff, and none of it looks right. It was like 3-year-old AI image generation, but they had printed it on this massive poster and put it in the window of their business. Now they didn't care. They put it up and printed it, and I thought it looked terrible. But there are companies that will use stuff like that, and then they'll go back in and then they'll like manually Photoshop it to fix some of those problems. There were suggestions even that Disney was using it for promotional material for one of their Halloween events, where they were using AI generated images of Mickey and everybody. But then they were going back in to Photoshop the hands and stuff because the fingers wouldn't match right and stuff like that. So there's been stories of companies that have to go in and fix the AI generated stuff because it's just not ready. It's not perfect yet. And it has certain telltale signs that AI has been used for it. Others on creative teams worry that because they're expected to train AI software by feeding it their own work, the demand for character artists and level designers will drastically fall. And this is something that we've actually seen. You remember that Microsoft laid off a bunch of people at King, which is the developer behind Candy Crush. Well, it was reported at the time that those layoffs hit that those same employees who were laid off had spent the previous few months building levels and training an AI tool on how to build levels for Candy Crush. And so they effectively just trained their replacement. Then they got fired, and that AI tool was going to be used to generate those levels after them, but for way, way cheaper. One former Respawn employee who worked in a senior QA role says he believes one of the reasons he was among 100 colleagues laid off this past spring is because AI was reviewing and summarizing feedback from playtesters, a job he usually did. So previously, part of his job was to get 100 reports from players who tried something, and then he would go identify the patterns, connect the dots, and then go and do a presentation basically, and write up a report concluding what the common threads were. And now they can just have an AI do that in all of 20 seconds, and he's not needed anymore. And so they can cut him out. Which this is why executives love this kind of thing. You know, they love the idea of it. And I think really, as far as I can tell, the main threat that AI has produced for people is for like middle managers, like the summarizing types, where their job is to go and collect information from the teams under them and then summarize it for their boss, who makes the real decision. Those are the people that I think are really, really in danger, like the middle manager types. And, AI, I think it's not a creative thing. What was interesting was like the most refreshing, amazingly enough, the most refreshing take on AI stuff actually comes from the head of a multi-billion-dollar game development company also, and one of the more dystopian and greedy ones, Strauss Zelnick, the head of Take-Two Interactive, the guys behind GTA, but also the guys behind like Borderlands, NBA 2K, all of that. Like, he describes AI as a combination of metadata with a parlor trick. A great thing for business, but it's not creative and never will be, which he breaks it down in a really, really simple way. As you can see, what AI is the combination of big data sets with a bunch of compute within a natural LLM, a large language model. And by definition, a data set is what? Backwards looking. By definition, creativity is what? Forward looking. And to the extent that AI appears to be forward looking, it is what? A predictive model. Like, thank you. Thank you. Yes, exactly. Like, predictive models do their jobs very well when they have enough clear data, but far less capable when they don't have as much to work with. AI seems so extraordinary now because it's, quote, a combination of metadata with a parlor trick. We're all going to get used to it, much like we did with Google. But like he said, it is by definition built with data sets and trained on stuff that's already been created. And so anything that it creates or generates is just informed and sort of a reworking of the thing it's already seen. It's literally not creating anything. It's reworking and reforming things that have already been created. Which is why when we've seen these like AI games that you see people post on X about, they literally are just like a weird AI video of Red Dead mixed with Cyberpunk. Like you can see exactly where it was generated and what the inspiration was and what it's taking from to inform this. And I think that that's probably what a lot of these companies are going to realize on the game side of it. But what's frustrating is that you basically have two conflicting groups within the games industry right now with AI tools. On the one side, there are AI tools that could legitimately speed up production and make things easier. Using an AI tool to summarize a bunch of different reports and make it easier to understand what players' concerns were in a playtest, that to me seems like a very valid use of an AI tool that can summarize 1,000 playtesters' inputs on like a marathon playtest. And the AI can quickly scrub through all of them, see in all of these feedback boxes, they put in, I didn't like the movement speed. I didn't like the stamina regen. I didn't like this. And it can collect all that data. You can have it generate a little pie chart in 20 seconds. That could legitimately speed up production and increase efficiency. That's one thing. Trying to get AI to like write a game story or dialogue or to redo all of your code to make a more compelling parkour system or something, that is a separate animal. That's a separate beast. Using AI tools to like do all of your concept art or something like that, those are separate issues. And I think what's happening is that there's a conflation from the executive team where they just want the AI tools to be used for everything across the board because the investors love the term AI. They just want to see it used everywhere with everything. And it's at the point now where it's kind of lost a lot of its meaning because it's used so casually. And it's just leading to a lot of frustration also with the devs, because the devs know as they're working on this that they're just building the very thing that's going to replace them, you know, and that's, again, not a very safe or rewarding work environment. Business Insider also received internal documents that show some EA employees are expected to complete AI training courses, use AI tools daily to speed up their work rate, and treat generative AI like a quote-unquote thought partner, asking it for advice on things like how to phrase questions when a promotion is denied. That's weird. As the article notes, EA stated in May as part of its annual 10K Securities and Exchange Commissions filing that while it was making more use of AI tools, it had acknowledged the dangers of these tools being used incorrectly. Quote, "We are integrating artificial intelligence tools and technologies into our business development process. The use of artificial intelligence might present social and ethical issues that, if not managed appropriately, may result in legal and reputational harm, cause consumers to lose confidence in our business and brands, and negatively impact our financial and operating results." A great example of this is, like, you know what happened with Marathon, where they had the decals copy and pasted from another artist's work, but it was copied into assets used in the game? Well, that's like literally all AI is for image generation, is that it just takes what other people did and then reworks it into something. Like, that's how this works. And so you can train the AI to like erase watermarks and to try and do stuff like that, which already is like ethically and also legally very, very questionable, but like still. And so this is just like a further example of that. It's what, at least one thing that they seem to be concerned about. And, you know, they further discuss that majority, 52% of developers reported working at companies that utilize generative AI tools. July analysis by Totally Human found that the number of Steam games disclosing the use of generative AI has been increasing, with around 20% of all games released in 2025 to that point disclosing the use of AI on Steam. Given that this disclosure is voluntary, it's likely that the actual number is much higher. It's going to be used more and more and more. But we're only going to really see the results of it in probably the next like 2-3 years is when we'll start to see a lot of these games have been built from the ground up with a lot of these tools used from the ground up. So it's a bit dystopian. I think that there will be a bit of a market correction that will come and hit at some point. But you know, time will tell. Time will tell how this plays out. clanker is going to be a slur word in 5 years. Dude, did you see the I forget what they call it. It's like the X1. Yeah, the 1X. This thing. Dude, these are going to be used all over the place. And yeah, it's going to be there's going to be a whole new generation of slurs made just for these.
Neo. For $20,000, you can pre-order 1X's Neo robot now with delivery in 2026.
I think you missed a tiny spot over here.
Just one little catch. There may be a human behind the curtain, pulling the robot's strings.
If I throw up, will the robot throw up?
A company representative may need to peer into your house via Neo's camera eyes to get things done.
To many people, this is crazy.
You have to be okay with this for the product to be useful.
But is Neo a useful product?
We're twinning now, Neo.
Home robots
Yeah.
have had two big challenges: creating a safe and capable body.
What's crazy though is like I watched this whole video because they released an ad that seemed really impressive and everything. But literally what they tell you is that if you ask it to do a task that it doesn't know how to do, which is pretty much everything, they have to have you schedule a time for one of their company employees to remote into the Android, take control of it using like VR controllers and stuff. And then that person will remote complete the task for the robot through the robot. And they will try to use that data to train the Android to be able to do that in the future. Now, if it eventually gets to the point where it can like do your dishes for you, that's cool, but it can't do that now. And it probably can't do that for a very long time. So at this point, you would be buying a $20,000 robot that somebody else has to man and control to do your dishes poorly. And I mean, doing your dishes is kind of generous because it's like it can drop things in a dishwasher, but that's about it. They also describe how it did this in, let's see here. She says it here.
All in, it took Neo a little over a minute to fetch a water from the fridge 10 feet away.
Thank you, Neo.
Next challenge: load 3 items in the dishwasher.
You got this, Neo. You got it.
Come on. Come on.
And
Great.
that took 5 minutes. The Neo I saw isn't the one shipping in 2026. The new model will be safer and have better hand dexterity. The one I
So like, yeah, for only 20 grand, what a deal. Okay. If it in 10 years gets to the point where you can actually do your dishes and like can actually fold your laundry and stuff, then I could totally see people buying this thing. Like for, especially if you've got like a big house or if you have a vacation house or something and you're like really rich and you just want something to be able to take care of your house while you're gone, I could see something like this being bought. But right now it's literally like a shell of a robot that somebody else has to remote into to poorly complete tasks that you could just do yourself. And they're using it to train the AI that's going to eventually run this thing. So you're paying 20 grand to be like a test guinea pig for the company. It's just weird. It's just weird, man. It's only for rich people. Well, what's crazy is like, if you're rich, just hire like an actual cleaner, you know? This is for a different type of rich person. This is for a rich person who like wants to help train a company's robot for free. Not even for free, by paying to do it. You know, it's just, it's very weird. It's very weird. Because my understanding is like the Optimus robot, the Optimus robot, like they're training these things using the same neural network stuff, and they're doing this in their like corporate offices. So they have it training 24/7, doing various tasks, but they're doing it within the company grounds. So like they're not asking you to pay for the robot to bring it to your house to then train it. But you know, it's the difference between Tesla and then like a smaller startup or whatever. But yeah, we'll see if they ever get these things. I will say it's pretty impressive that it's able to pick up an egg. The idea that a robot could pick up an egg like that in this context is impressive, but we'll see. We'll see. Who knows? They're getting there. I will say some of the stuff, there was the one I saw, it was a Chinese robot, and they got it. Chinese robot pull. It's like pulling a car or something. Yeah, this. Like, look at this. This is like a Chinese neural network trained little robot. And like all the little micro adjustments it's making. Like it was really struggling at first, but it keeps its balance. Like that's crazy. That one's crazy. There was another one, Chinese robot. It was like breakdancing. No. No. Okay, I don't know where it is. Sorry. Some of these are funny though. They're like literally just trying to train the robot to stay upright. They're just beating the shit out of it. Me and the boys when we roll up on a filthy oil guzzler. Like, dude, for real. It's kind of insane. They're just beating the shit out of him. It's got to be cathartic though. Like some of these Chinese robots, dude. Look at, like what? It's crazy. I don't know, man. I can't tell what's real anymore. But I will say that this looks pretty stupid. This looks pretty stupid. I also just noticed his finger broke. See that? His little, like, last little knuckle broke off. Poor guy. Poor guy. Broke his finger doing the dishes. And by doing the dishes, I mean putting 2 cups and a fork in the dishwasher. Took him 5 minutes. Anyway. This is a clanker-free neighborhood. Yeah. We don't take kindly to wirebacks in here. Orc, thank you for the sub, my friend. Also, I just realized I forgot to shake it out. Shout it out. Miles, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. That's crazy generous. Thank you. Appreciate you, my friend. Wilfredo, thank you for the 5 as well. Me taking a shower, eating, sleeping, spending time with friends and family, working is also time not spent playing video games. Don't tell Microsoft. Yeah, we have to come up with a solution to keep people from spending time with their families because it's really taking away from gaming. The real competition with gaming is not other gaming. It is families. We have to put a stop to it. Yeah, don't tell Satya. Don't tell Satya. Oh, Microsoft Azure is currently down. How poetic. How poetic. Dude, AWS was down, or the Eastern region was down for like an entire day last week. It was like actually insane. Oh yeah, Loxy, that's a good point. The main thing keeping me away from games is work. Maybe Microsoft can fix that for you. Well, careful, because they'll just lay you off. You know, I'm sure if you worked for them, they'd be like, we have a solution. we have a solution for you. Yeah. Sure do. Permanent solution even. Yeah. It's going to work great. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. You will not have to deal with that anymore. Not at all. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. What was the next one? Close that. Okay. I you know what? We could talk about this. IGN. I'm also just eagerly awaiting more Crimson Desert gameplay. I really want it. I need it. I need it in my life. I'm gonna be real. Really need it. Really need it. Luke, thank you for the 10, by the way. Thank you.
Luke Warfield donated $9.99 through Super Chat. Hey Luke, even though there's a lot of people that don't like AC3, do you think Haytham Kenway deserves his own game? Many people think he's great written character, even better than Connor.
I would be totally okay with that. I totally understand why some people don't like AC3, because it came at a weird point in the franchise where like they were about to go full open world, but the tech wasn't really there. So it was kind of half in the old design philosophy, half in the new one. So it's just kind of like halfway there. But I understand why people didn't like it. Connor also was quite monotone, and so he was just very dry for a lot of people. So I can understand why some people didn't really connect with him. I think if you play through the whole game, you start to see a lot more of him that you'll like. But I think if they were to do there was actually some fan pitch. What was it? That's gonna kill me. There was like a fan pitch. I can't remember it, but yeah, there's all sorts of stuff that they could do. Haytham was popular and people do love Haytham. I like him, but I think as with most things with Ubisoft nowadays, it's like, yeah, that could be cool. Could Ubisoft of 2025, 2026 pull that off? Personally, I'm not convinced, but maybe eventually. But I would not put a lot of money. I would not bet a lot of money on it. But back in the day, like if I were them back in the day, I would have just expanded out AC3 more. Yeah. Shay I also really like. Yeah. Rogue doesn't get enough attention. Doesn't get enough love. I tell you what. Doesn't get enough love. Needs more love. Okay, let's talk about this. Let's see this. Okay. In response to the Halo stuff, this just dropped. I hadn't seen this, but apparently one of the original Halo devs had some tough words. I didn't see this. I want to see what he said. So, of course, this is in response to the announcement of the Halo remake that they're doing, just of the campaign. But apparently, original Halo dev has harsh words about gameplay changes in Campaign Evolved. I did not hear about this. Let's see. Whoops, muted.
What's up, everybody? Damon here, and in today's gaming news, not everyone is loving the changes introduced in Halo Campaign Evolved. The next Xbox will reportedly play PlayStation games, and Spider-Man 4 with Tobey Maguire is still on the table. This is your Daily Fix. Microsoft has finally unveiled Halo Campaign Evolved, a remake of the campaign portion of Bungie's beloved Combat Evolved. Halo fans have spent most of the weekend debating the changes Halo Studios has made for this upcoming 2026 shooter, from the addition of sprints to the more pristine art style.
And don't forget about the stutters that are going to be there too, I'm sure. I'm sure there will be plenty.
What do the developers of Halo Combat Evolved itself say of the remake? Jamie Griesmer is one of the key developers behind Halo. He was most involved with designing Halo's famous 30 seconds of fun gameplay loop and designed much of the campaign itself. Now creative director at Highwire Games, developer of 6 Days in Fallujah, Griesmer took to Twitter to deliver an early verdict on gameplay footage coming out of Microsoft's Halo Campaign Evolved reveal. He did not sound impressed. "You aren't supposed to be able to take the Warthog up to steamroll the hunters," Griesmer said. "I intentionally placed rocks in the way so you had to fight them on foot. When you can just smash the crates out of the way, it wrecks the encounters. But the worst part? They put trees in the landing area of the Woohoo jump. Lame." Griesmer is criticizing a key part of the iconic campaign mission, the Silent Cartographer, the first encounter with 2 hunters. In the original Halo, the fight is meant to be played with Master Chief on foot, although players soon discovered it was possible to brute force a Warthog into the arena. In Microsoft's remake, players can freely take their Warthog up to the hunters and ride roughshod over them. It's fair to say Griesmer's tweet, viewed 2.3 million times, has sparked a reaction online, with some fans insisting the level layout change ruins the gameplay flow, and others saying this change and others like it will make the game more fun.
I will say it is really cool to have the guy who literally can say, "I put rocks there." You know, like it's not, I think they put rocks there to do this, this, and this. No, like he's literally saying, I'm the one who put those rocks there in the original level, and I put those there to force you to do it on foot. Like that's literally what we did and what I did, and that's why, like, he's the guy. He's the guy that can actually tell you why it is that way. It's pretty cool.
Griesmer later offered a potential explanation for the change. "On further analysis, I'm sure it's because the vehicles take damage, and so you're just as likely to destroy the hog as get it over the rocks. If anything, that makes it worse because none of the vehicle tricks are going to work anymore." Another aspect of Halo Campaign Evolved that Griesmer has taken issue with is the addition of an optional infinite sprint button. While you can choose not to
I will say, I think that the reason why this is a point of discussion is because it furthers the idea that the people working on Halo right now just don't understand it at the end of the day, you know? Is it that big of a deal that they moved rocks or that they put trees in one spot that they weren't before? No, like I'm sure most people probably, if you didn't play the original, or even if you did play the original, like I probably would not have noticed that that had been changed. I'm not that familiar. I mean, a lot of us can play a game or even play a game a few times, but level design changes like that in a remake, we might not actually notice unless it's pointed out to us. You know, because it's relatively small. It's not like they're totally, you know, deleting levels or redesigning them from the ground up. But I think the reason why it went viral and people talk about it so much is because it's kind of representative of the idea that they just don't understand Halo. They're just throwing stuff at the wall.
sprint, some are saying it destroys Combat Evolved's classic, considered gameplay pace. Griesmer said, "If the world isn't scaled to sprint, you'll be able to trivially skip encounters." After Bungie left Halo behind to develop Destiny, Microsoft continued the franchise with Halo 4, 5, and Infinite. Some would suggest that with these games, Microsoft has struggled to recreate the Bungie magic. Certainly, Bungie's Halo games are more fondly remembered than Microsoft's, but why has Microsoft struggled so? Griesmer says, "It's not the early 2000s anymore. Halo is of its time, maybe more than any other game franchise. So they are constantly trying to either take Halo out of 2001 and modernize it, which breaks it, or take players back to 2001 with nostalgia, which is impossible."
And I think that that is exactly right. Halo, like a lot of games of that era, I mean, whenever we talk about this era, I always want to bring up the, I always want to bring up Red Faction, which was like the game I played years and years later, but of that era that I love. And they are very much games of their time. They're built around that time, not just in terms of like control schemes and then, presentation with the narrative or graphics or whatever, but also just literally in game layout and design. They worked in 2000 or in 2001 and they were groundbreaking for that time. But by modern standards, fighting through waves of enemies in tight corridors is just not considered that remarkable anymore. And so to make it modernized, you have to, as he said, take it out of 2001 and modernize it. It just kind of breaks it because Halo is not Uncharted. Halo is not Doom. Halo is not a game like that. It was built for its time. And so you just end up with this kind of dysfunction where it's not really clear what it is or what it's trying to be, because the devs don't really know what it is or trying to be, because sometimes they're just trying to to throw it back into an old school design philosophy, which people play and find outdated, or they try to modernize it and then it doesn't really feel like Halo anymore. It's not an easy position to be in, absolutely, but it's just how it is. I mean, that's just how it's going to be. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think the remake looks interesting. I'm mainly worried about performance. Being an Unreal Engine game, I'm sure it's going to run like absolute donkey ass, but you know, we'll see what that ends up like in a year or so when it launches, but we'll see. I'll just go play the Master Chief Collection. Probably. Yeah, no, that's probably a safe bet. Probably a safe bet. That's a good way to do it, I think. Good way to do it. Oh, dude, they posted more. I mentioned this channel like probably a few weeks ago. You remember this one where it's all these like these news reports and stuff of events in New Vegas and all these other games.
Interrupt our programming for breaking news coming from the New Vegas Strip. Good afternoon. Chaos erupted today inside the Tops Casino located in the heart of the New Vegas Strip. According to surveillance footage and eyewitness accounts, a man wearing NCR Ranger equipment and a Pip-Boy entered the casino earlier this afternoon and opened fire on Benny, one of the casino's most notorious leaders. Curiously, during the chaos, many gamblers inside the casino believed the shootout to be part of an attraction. Some continued playing without interruption, while others even cheered for the winner. Most, however, ran in panic as the gunfire echoed through the casino floor. The suspect was not alone. He was reportedly accompanied by a man strongly believed to be Craig Boone, the same individuals allegedly involved in the execution of Novak Motel owner Jeannie Mae Crawford just last night. The shocking video shows the moment the shootout began. Benny was killed in the exchange, along with 3 of his personal bodyguards. Several others were gravely injured and are now receiving medical treatment from the followers of the Apocalypse and Freeside.
Dude, it's so good. It's so well done. They have another one.
Good evening. We bring you breaking news from the small town of Novak in the Mojave Wasteland. A shocking video has surfaced showing the brutal execution of Jeannie Mae Crawford, longtime owner of the Novak Motel.
No.
Footage captured by a security camera near the town's iconic dinosaur statue shows an unidentified male appearing to wear NCR Ranger equipment along with a Pip-Boy, escorting Mrs. Crawford into the open street late at night. After several minutes in front of the Dinky the T-Rex, the suspect removes his helmet and puts on what seems to be a red beret. Almost at the same time, a sniper shot can be heard, which ends her life instantly. Moments later, the man flees the scene together. The alleged shooter has been identified by locals, most notably the eccentric town resident known as No Bark Noonan.
Who sent you? I ain't talking. They tried to get me to talk before, but I didn't say nothing.
As Craig Boone, a former NCR 1st Recon sharpshooter. Boone was reportedly on duty that night, serving as Novak's night watch guard from the town's dinosaur outpost.
So good, dude. So good. I guess this is the brand new one from 2 days ago.
And there he is.
President
Look how
Kimball.
beautiful the president's vertibird is.
Wow.
For those of you watching at home, it's so much bigger in real life. Wow.
Dude, I want to replay New Vegas so bad.
And the
I've been
NCR
putting it off because I've been hoping that they announce like a remake or a remaster.
Some technical issues.
As I was saying, they told us that security here today was the top priority.
Mr. President, are you going to talk about the monorail incident?
We're sorry, folks. Looks like the broadcast is having some issues now. Ooh, looks like we're back.
The President of the new California Republic, Aaron Kimball.
Thank you, my fellow Californians, who have come so far to answer the call to service put forth by the Republic. It is for you that I have come here, and it is because of you that I am able to do so. We enjoy our privileges because you take the greatest of risks and are prepared to make the most noble sacrifices. It is because of men and women like Private First Class Jeremy Watson that Nevada and the new California Republic remain free and secure.
I'm just waiting
Born
for
in
it.
a tin shack on the outskirts of one time, First Class Jeremy Watson, on behalf of the Senate and people of the new California Republic, it is my honor to present you with the Star of Sierra Madre. Not far from this spot, a monument stands as a tribute to the sacrifice made by those.
The Legion is attacking!
We're not sure what happened. We're
Oh
waiting for more
my.
information from our local correspondent. Apparently, something happened during the president's speech.
Something.
I hope everything is okay.
Damn it! I can't believe the president is dead. It's all my fault.
Yeah. Kind of seems like it. Dude, they're so good at that. They're so good. Again, El Alemán. They're so good. Oh. They make it look so easy, too. It's so easy. I'm willing to bet all my
Night
caps
donated
that Caesar's
10
behind
through
it.
Super Chat. Campaign Evolved is great for someone like me. I'm 48, but gaming should be about making your own memories, not experiencing your dad's member berries. Move the narrative forward, always.
Yeah, I think it's one of the like kind of sad things about the current craze of remakes and remasters and everything is that it's this kind of hopeless feeling where it's like all these companies have, at least in part, given up, maybe not given up, but they've stopped really pushing to create these brand new experiences to be the game that people are nostalgic for in 20 years. And instead, they're just remaking and remaking and remastering and remaking. And, you know, they'll still work on other stuff at the same time. But instead of all of their resources going there towards that new thing, they spend a lot of it on this attempt at capitalizing on nostalgia. And, you know, it's kind of frustrating. Because even now, it's like, I look back on something like Uncharted 4 with nostalgic love and appreciation, which is weird to say because it doesn't feel like it was that long ago, but it was almost 10 years ago. Next year, it'll be 10 years. And after that, you know, we got The Last of Us Part 2, but we also got The Last of Us Part 1 remastered, re-released. We got The Last of Us Part 2 remastered and re-released. We got the Ultimate Collection of those games remastered and re-released. And it's just kind of like, maybe it's because we're getting all of these remasters in between that it makes them feel like the remasters feel so corporate and soulless. I don't know, but it does feel frustrating that there's such a focus on capitalizing on nostalgia instead of just creating new things. And they would say they're still creating new things, but you know, I don't think you realize that you feel nostalgic about something until it's at that point, until it's been like 10 years and you look back and you're like, oh yeah, I loved that thing. In the moment, to you, it's just like a good game or a solid game. You know, you don't realize that it's on that level. Halo's the most mismanaged IP ever. Would I agree with that? I mean, it's definitely been mismanaged. I mean, Saints Row was also really mismanaged. Saints Row, I'd say Fallout has been, it could be a lot bigger than it currently is. Star Wars, yeah, in the gaming space, I guess Star Wars is a good example. Star Wars has been bungled pretty consistently. Mass Effect, I think Mass Effect was done, it got a good treatment, and then they had the one-off with Andromeda that was really rough. If the next game flops as well, then that'll be a great example. Yeah, that would be another one. Lord of the Rings. Yeah, Lord of the Rings also. But they at least got two like really solid games. But yeah, I think Star Wars in terms of video games has not gotten anywhere near as much love as it should have. For real. Yeah. Yeah, it's too bad. It's too bad. What else? Is there any other like really mismanaged IP? I mean, I guess you could say Assassin's Creed has been mismanaged as well. That's probably another one. The The Tom Clancy stuff has been mismanaged. A lot of the Ubisoft stuff has been mismanaged, but I think Star Wars is probably all encompassing because Star Wars has had a lot of potential and a lot of things going for it, and then they just consistently screw it up. Every MMO. Yeah. DC just in general. Yeah, that's totally fair. You could just say Rocksteady, all of Rocksteady. Allosaurus. Yes. Thank you for the sub, my friend over on Twitch. Did I cover New World? Yeah, so I guess we could talk about that real quick. New World is dead. Let me do it this way. Yep. So this just dropped yesterday. Basically, Amazon announced that they were doing a bunch of layoffs, like 30,000 layoffs, with a bunch of people being lost in the corporate side of their business. And some of it was just like HR people, some of it was finance people, some of it was accountants, but also a huge component of it was the gaming division. They laid off a ton of people, and they also announced that they were deciding to no longer commit any revenue moving forward, or any money moving forward to further development on any new IP, any new games, or anything really at all. So they posted this, an update on New World. They recognize their 4th anniversary since launching on PC. We reflect an incredible journey shaped by our dedicated player community. Blah, blah, blah. They continue on here. The recently released and launched Season 10 and Nighthaven update will serve as the final content release for New World on PC and consoles. It is only after much consideration that we've reached this decision. To thank you, the New World community, for your support over the years. We've made the Nighthaven release available to you for free to ensure all New World players can experience this content. We also made Rise of the Angry Earth free to all PC players. In the coming months, we will provide details on what to expect and other essential information. Rest assured, our intention is to keep servers operating through 2026, allowing our community time to continue their adventures in Aeternum. Additionally, New World Aeternum will still be downloadable on PlayStation Plus members, for PlayStation Plus members, Extra and Premium. Basically, they're shutting the whole thing down. It is going bye-bye. They are not going to get any more money from Papa Amazon. Amazon has pulled the funding, and as you can see, it is no longer available to buy on Steam. The only image is this notice about maintenance. They're just kind of freezing everything and moving on. Now, I genuinely don't know how many people were playing New World actively, but they did have 140,000 reviews on Steam, so clearly a good number of people at least tried it at some point. Pretty clearly it wasn't like a major money maker, otherwise they wouldn't have shut it down, but they decided to just move on, and they're closing it down and moving on. I can't believe it's been 4 years already, but apparently it's been 4 years since launching on PC. I think they did a console re-release a couple of years after that, or a few years after that, which is probably what you're referencing when you say didn't they just release. But yeah, they're just moving on. It's not worth their time anymore. And they announced that that money that would have been spent on New World is now being redirected towards something Amazon is more excited about, which is Amazon Luna, which I had totally forgotten about. But Amazon Luna is their platform for cloud streaming games, where they are putting all of their money into. So New World died, so this, whatever this is, could exist. And I forgot Luna was still a thing, but yeah, this is what they're focusing on, is this cloud streaming platform, which apparently still exists. You can see they've got Courtroom Chaos featuring Snoop Dogg. That's a thing. Angry Birds Flock Party. Hogwarts Legacy is on there. Okay. Sonic Mania, Jackbox Party Pack, and Indiana Jones. KCD 2 is on that list. That's amazing to me. But like, these are the games that Amazon has been investing in. These are those. So this is their effort. And you might be like, what is this used on? Who is using this? This is built into, as I understand it, all of those Amazon Fire TVs. So like the budget TVs you get at Walmart, Best Buy for Black Friday. This is one of those apps built into it. And their goal is to get people to sign up for the membership and to play games that way. They think that they can make more money over there. So, yeah. What I'm saying is basically this is Snoop Dogg's fault. Exactly. Yep. That's basically what we're saying. So, Rip to New World. I played it back in the day when it first launched with some friends, and honestly I had a pretty good time. I've never gotten like super addicted to any MMOs or anything, but it seemed like a pretty solid one. So it's sad to see it dying. And like they said, they're going to keep servers on through 2026, but their goal is to do that at least. But the thing is, after that date ends and they shut down servers, the game's just gone forever. You know, they will literally kill the game. It will go away. It will no longer be playable. You won't be able to do anything with it. So anyway, how the heck does a game like KCD2 look and play on an Amazon TV? To be clear, it's cloud streamed. So it's like NVIDIA GeForce Now or Google Stadia when that was still a thing. It's cloud streamed to your TV. Yeah. Let's see. Thoughts on someone in the middle of getting their CS degree or someone trying to get into software engineering. I got to tell my friend something. There's still plenty of jobs to get in those fields and everything. It's just harder than it was. And, you know, it used to be the slam dunk. It used to be that 10 years ago, it was like, yeah, get a degree in computer software engineering and you'll be set. Like, you'll just get out of school and within a day you'll have a job offer. The problem is everybody listened to that advice. And so now there's a ton of people with those degrees that are looking for jobs. But that's kind of true of everything, you know, it's just how it works. So if you're interested in it and you're good at it, pursue the degree, get it, you know, work your ass off. And I'm sure you can find something. The big main piece of advice I can offer to anybody is in college, take advantage of the programs and internships and stuff, because the second you start looking for a job, people will ask you for experience, which is wild because you will, like, you don't have any experience because you just graduated from school, but they kind of expect it. So they'll start to demand it. But if you did internships, you'll have some experience. So recommend that. Lots of data centers will need them. Yeah. Well, and that's, I know somebody who, I was just talking to him like last week, and he's a software engineer, but he works at a data center, and basically manages part of the data center. And it's a pretty chill job, and you just kind of supervise a gigantic server farm for a 12-hour shift or whatever, and then you pass it off to the next guy and they supervise it, take care of any problems that pop up. It's pretty chill, honestly. Pretty chill. Make good money for it too. So if you can get that career, if you can get that job, yeah, there will be, trust me, there will be a lot of jobs for like data center techs and maintenance guys. So yeah. Hey, you'll be fine. You just have to work your butt off on it, you know. Gotta work your butt off on it. Let's see. Let's check out this thing from IGN, okay? I thought this was interesting. So IGN, I'll read this first from Daniel. Excluding KCD2, RDR2 Expedition, Cyberpunk, and my all-time favorite, Witcher 3, what game do you suggest I start to replace the void they left? Other than KCD2, Red Dead 2, Expedition, Cyberpunk, and Witcher 3, what should you try to fill the void? let's see. Yeah, I don't see Baldur's Gate listed there. Baldur's Gate, as Melissa says, would be a very, very good option. Very, very good. If you're not feeling something like a turn-based RPG, that's totally fine. Yeah, Nier could be really good if you like really intense, crazy narratives. That could be really, really good. It sounds like you like a lot of RPGs, though. Like RPGs are your thing. What's another really good? I mean, if you like RPGs, I would really encourage you to try Baldur's Gate. Because even if you're like, I like third person, I don't like the top down. Trust me, Baldur's Gate, you'll be amazed. Like, if what you like is choice, consequence, customization, world building, if that's what you really like, Baldur's Gate will blow your brain. Like, it will blow your mind. Rogue Trader is very good, as Rock Lee says, but Rogue Trader is pretty intense. It's kind of like Baldur's Gate, but on steroids and like more hardcore CRPG, but it's very good. Yeah, those are the ones I would just say Baldur's Gate. Just go Baldur's Gate. Can't go wrong with Baldur's Gate. Disco Elysium is also very, very good, but it plays a good bit differently than any of those games you listed. But maybe that's exactly what you're looking for. Disco Elysium is a classic, and it's not that long either. So that might also be one to check out. Yeah. Divinity Original Sin 2. I'd say play Baldur's Gate. If you really like Baldur's Gate, you can try Divinity. Because it's also very good, but yeah, or just wait for Crimson Desert. Fingers crossed it's good, right? Fingers crossed. Okay, news, Emmett. Yeah, if only there was an initiative to stop killing games. Yeah, insert some joke about pirate software. I don't know what the joke would be, but there's got to be something. Okay, you ready? So IGN posted a video describing how actually a somewhat interesting sentiment, which is that of all the consoles available on the market today, weirdly enough, the definitive console is not even like the PlayStation 5 Pro or the $800 Xbox Series X 2 terabyte or whatever. It's not the most powerful device on the market. It's actually the PS5 base console, which is echoed in a lot of the things we've seen, where a lot of the advertising materials and things have actually been centered around base PS5 footage and capture, which I think is actually true. I think a lot of the games and trailers we've seen have been recorded on base PS5s, which is very interesting. A lot of games are also not seeing optimization for PS5 Pro either, which was something we saw all over the place with the PS4 Pro, was optimizations, PS4 Pro enhanced and stuff like that. That's been a much less common thing with the PS5 Pro, except from first party stuff like Ghost of Yotei. So I thought this was interesting. So we're going to check it out, see what IGN has to say about the console war. As you can see, GTA 6 and The Witcher 4 prove the console wars are over and the base PS5 won. Let's see what they have to say.
On PS5, captured on PS5, captured on PS5. Nah, I don't believe it. The PS5 is rubbish compared to my uncle's Pentium 12 PC that's not even out yet because he works for the NSA. Meanwhile, in the real world, there's a lot of good reasons why the makers of an upcoming game may want to reassure you that their product works on a good piece of hardware you probably have, rather than showing it at its best on a better piece of hardware that you statistically probably don't. Obviously, it's all about the lowest common denominator. No disrespect to the PS5 Pro, but significantly more people own a standard PS5 and are unlikely to bother upgrading until PS6 shows up because the economy's in the toilet, and with the best will in the world, a few extra blades of grass in Horizon Forbidden West is scarcely worth the upgrade to most people. Despite that, it does seem to fly in the face of common wisdom to not showcase games in their best possible state. I mean, Microsoft aren't making Xbox trailers on the Series S, are they? Granted, they're not making anything at the moment apart from people redundant. But if you wanted the most pristine, the most detailed, the most impressive PlayStation footage available, you'd capture from a PS5 Pro. Clearly,
you would think. I do find it really interesting that the PS5 Pro has not been at the centerpiece of a lot of this marketing, because it was one of the things that they did in the PS4 era was when they started releasing games like that 2018, 19, 2020 period, especially, everything was showcased with PS4 Pro footage. And the way that that console worked was a good bit different. Like, it was all about checkerboarded 4K upscaling, which was like very complicated and didn't make a lot of sense, but checkerboarded 4K. Let me see if there's a good description of it. Exploration pack checkerboard technique started PS4 Pro referenced. So like they basically go from frame n to n+1, and they're rendering basically a checkerboarded pattern of the resolution, but then they can interpret and resolve a higher resolution frame, having only rendered in like very simple terms every other pixel, right? Like, so they can use this technique to get higher resolutions with less overall compute demand. It's not as accurate, of course, as actually just rendering natively, or they would argue nowadays using like a high quality upscaler rendering at a native lower resolution. But they used all sorts of techniques to achieve this higher end fidelity. And what it basically allowed them to do was to put out a trailer in 4K, but it just say, you know, PS4 Pro enhanced or whatever. And it was very easy to scale up for PS4 Pro compared to like PS5 Pro implementations, because PS5 Pro requires like the pisser tech to be implemented with the higher end upscaler, and even then in some games it can make it look worse, which is what we saw with was it Silent Hill F, I think, actually looked worse on PS5 Pro, where it like added ghosting effects. Was that the game that had it? It's been a consistent problem actually with some games. It's that they look worse on the best hardware on the market, which is bizarre, but that's just where we are, I guess. So I just, but either way, I find it interesting that it's not been a bigger focus for PlayStation. And I do wonder if it's in part because like the PS4 or PS5 Pro has not sold as well as they thought. But I don't know. PS5 Pro sales numbers, I don't actually know. Let's see what they say. Eurogamer wrote an article about it. PS5 Pro sales fall behind PS4 Pro's pace in the US. It's double-digit percentage declines across all major consoles. That was according to industry analyst Matt Piscatella, who used Circana data to conclude that whilst the PS5 Pro enjoyed a solid start, January 2025's hardware spend in the US was 45% lower compared to the same period a year ago. In fact, Piscatella posits that there was, quote, double-digit percentage declines across all major platforms, console platforms, compared to a year ago, with PS5 hardware spend dipping by 38% year on year, Xbox Series declining by 50%, and Switch by 53%. But of course, they were waiting for the Switch too. And then Sony confirmed previously that sales of its PS5 Pro or PS5 console reached 75 million units, which was just shy of PS4 sales after the equivalent period. So if the PS5 Pro is lagging a little bit, not necessarily just because of the console itself, but also macroeconomic factors, you know, people don't have a lot of money to spend on smaller incremental upgrades, which certainly is a concern. Like right now, if you have a PS5, you can upgrade to the PS5 Pro, and like some games might look a tad better, some might look worse, but like who's really going to say that there's a big leap? There really is not. Whereas with the PS4, going from the PS4 Slim to the PS4 Pro, I remember there being a pretty significant step. And the other component was the original PS4. If you remember the big chonker, like the OG, that thing was so freaking loud. Do you remember the original PS4? This thing sounded like a jet engine. Nikki had one. I got into the PS4 gen with the Slim, with like this little guy. So I got in with this little guy, but Nikki had one of these when I met her, and this thing sounded like a freaking jet engine when it would start playing games, and it struggled. And so upgrading from like this to a PS4 Pro was a pretty significant leap, especially because you saw not just a jump from 1080p to 4K checkerboarded, but still it looked way better. And it in some cases sounded better. The PS4 Pro, some of them did also sound like jet engines, but that was mainly a hardware defect. But it still was a much bigger jump, I think, going from this to the PS4 Pro compared to going from the PS5 to like PS5 Pro. It seems like it was not as big of a leap. Which is less exciting. It's harder to justify the money when it's not as big of a leap. So I'm sure that's part of it. Anyway, continuing.
Other more nuanced concerns at play. One of the maddest examples is the recent Unreal Engine showcase featuring The Witcher 4, which was purportedly running on a standard PS5 and at 60 FPS, despite featuring a suite of advanced next-gen lighting and visual effects. Seems far too good to be true, but our friends at Digital Foundry did a big deep dive interview on this, and well, this is that demo running on PS5.
60 FPS on a base console is totally achievable with all the features that we have.
This is a major departure for CD Projekt Red, who've always tended to showcase their new games running in Vision on PC. And although they've gone on to clarify that running a vertical slice like this isn't the same as doing it with an entire game, it's still impressive and pretty reassuring for those of us still rocking the older hardware that we might be able to play future games for years to come without going bankrupt. Remember when gameplay trailers...
Well, and I think that it's really crucial, and this was what I took away from the CDPR thing. It was crucial to understand that they were developing with the base PS5 as the starting point, as opposed to starting with a high-end PC and then trying to pull the game down to run on lower-end hardware, which is what happened with Cyberpunk, notably, where they had built it and were developing it for, at the time, very high-end hardware. And then they're like, yeah, when we get to launch, we'll get it ported to PC or to consoles like PS4 and Xbox One and One X, and we'll figure it out at that point. But it just didn't work. Like, it wasn't that easy to get it running on lower end hardware. Whereas this time around, they're doing it the opposite. They're starting with the low end stuff with like the PS5 as the base console, and then they're going to try to scale it up from there for higher end hardware, which is, I think, a much better way of doing it. It also reflects, I think, a broader sentiment within the industry, which is just go where the players are. If there's 75 million PS5s out there and you're making a mass market product like The Witcher 4 will be, meet them where they are, provide them a great experience on the hardware they currently have. Don't try to build it for something that they don't already have, like a PlayStation 6 or a GPU that doesn't exist yet. Which probably will cost $2,000, you know.
Were captured on absolute nonsense spec NASA grade PCs that no mortals could actually afford. On the old VG247 YouTube channel, we still get regular comments on the infamous Watch Dogs E3 2012 gameplay demo that turned out rather infamously to be a 10-minute bullshot. The game didn't look like this. Certainly not on the hairdryers people were playing games on back in 2012. The sheer gulf in visual fidelity between this vertical slice and what people actually ended up playing rightly annoyed a lot of people, and I think it represented the start of a massive shift in what consumers were willing to put up with from games marketing. Ubisoft would go on to take a lot of flack for the state of Assassin's Creed Unity just a couple of years later, a game which promised the true arrival of next gen but could barely run on the platforms it was designed for. Okay, barely run is a bit of an exaggeration. It suffered from a few frame drops and the odd bug, but it was fine. I enjoyed it, and so did millions of others. What I'm doing here...
But I do think that there's been times in games history where like you could get away with graphical downgrades and it was kind of expected. Like Call of Duty, for example, has been doing graphical downgrades from trailers to launch for decades. Rainbow notably had big ones, and that still was tremendously successful. So it's not like a death knell or anything for a game if they have to do graphical downgrades. The point of the Witcher 3 one or Witcher 4 one that I just find very interesting is I'm like, it looks so good, and it is a vertical slice. I really hope they aren't over promising and then under delivering. I really hope, but I'm sure they also are well aware of that too. You know, they I'm sure are all too aware of the risks involved with that.
is copping to the fact that the media's propensity for sensationalism has a big part to play in stoking these fires too, and we are aware of it, but unfortunately we're trying to please the whims of unknowable algorithms as much as we're trying to serve your needs as consumers, which leads to people like me saying things like Assassin's Creed Unity could barely run on PS4, even though that's bollocks. I reviewed it on PS4 and gave it an enthusiastic 8 out of 10. I got a death threat for that. It wasn't just Ubisoft taking pelters for that sort of thing either. All the way back in 2005, a pre-rendered trailer for Killzone 2 purported to show first-person gameplay, but...
Yeah, you remember this? You remember this? This thing was mentioned in the making of Horizon Zero Dawn documentary, because this was basically something they had built as like a sizzle reel of what they wanted to accomplish, but it was not running in real time at all. But then they sent it to somebody, and somebody within Sony marketing misunderstood and thought this was running in real time on a PS3, and they marketed it and published it everywhere, and it was a bit of a problem.
Definitely didn't. It's actually wild looking at this now that anyone thought it was real gameplay, but it speaks to the fact that consumers, gamers, are a lot more savvy about these things than they were back then. And not only that, we're far more concerned about our rights as consumers after decades of being about by every publisher you can think of in every which way they can think of. As much flack as gamers often get from people like me for being misinformed, entitled, angry weirdos, the majority of actual gamers, not the casuals or the outraged tourists, but the kind of people who know when Steam sales are on or when Summer Games Fest is happening, right? The majority of those enthusiast consumers are pretty clued up. I often think that the stories of No Man's Sky and Cyberpunk 2077, both games have been on a long road to redemption after failing utterly to live up to their marketing hype at launch, show that consensus can shift, that gamers do change their perceptions based on new information.
Yeah, the one thing gamers love more than a disaster is a comeback story. It's true. It's very, very hard to pull off, but I do genuinely think that, like, if Suicide Squad had done like major overhauls, they added in another season where they brought in some of the original writers for Arkham Asylum, and they like overhauled tons of it and added single player gameplay modes that were not just looter shooter trash. Like I think if they had really, really worked their asses off to win people over, it could have made a comeback. I think if the same thing is true with a lot of these other games where, like, for example, Battlefront 2 had a major resurgence earlier this year. I think it was back in May. It was right around Star Wars Day, where they made a major comeback with the highest peak player counts in years and years and years. People were going back playing Battlefront 2 for the first time in ages, really, really eating it up. It was great. Or what's another one? What's another one that had sort of a comeback? I mean, I'm sure there's plenty, but I think gamers really love to see something that started as a disaster where the developers listened to the feedback of the fans and then worked their asses off to give them what they needed. Maybe just Battlefield as a franchise is a good example, where going from 2042 to the overwhelming success of Battlefield 6, pretty remarkable. I mean, 2042, again, it's so easy to forget, but it was such a cluster that, like, they literally did not have scoreboards in the game when they launched. They did not have a way for you to pull up a scoreboard to see how many kills and deaths you had. Like, that is so insane as an oversight. It's absolutely outrageous. Absolutely outrageous, but that's what they did. It's just how it worked. So I think gamers very much like to see comebacks, and they will support them when they do see it, but they also love a dumpster fire, and maybe it's the pairing of the two, where it's the dumpster fire leading into the success that they find engaging. I'm not sure.
Through hard work, investment, humility, and honesty, studios and well-known personalities in game development can go from pariah to darling. People were calling Sean Murray the heir to Peter Molyneux. That's a career killer for someone in his position, but he's managed to shake it off. And now No Man's Sky is beloved. Personally, I think the 97 massive updates they've done for it are just polishing a turd, but this isn't about me. The point is this: the enthusiast gaming audience is sophisticated. Stop laughing, I'm being serious. They're sophisticated, media literate.
Well, they're very, what a time to freeze it. They're very, very informed. And I think that that's one thing that just is so often not discussed enough with some of these discussions around the gaming community is like back in 2006, 2007, 2008, yeah, people would read like the game magazines, they read Game Informer, they might go on a forum or something, but it was a very different environment to be a gamer than it is today. Today, if you're an active gamer, you probably are watching YouTubers, you probably are watching streamers, you probably are following a bunch of people on X or Instagram or whatever, and you're keeping up with what they say about the industry, and so you're constantly informed on what's going on. And so companies can not really get away with the same things they used to get away with, which is why like that example of the Killzone footage I think is a good one to bring up, because nowadays that would instantaneously be called out and all sorts of people would be very, very skeptical about it. We'd get a statement from the studio immediately that would go viral. Everybody would know that that gameplay footage was not actual gameplay footage. But back in the day, they got away with it because it just wasn't as widespread. Or the misinformation, well, I think that also is a double-edged sword of it, because everybody's so tapped in to the like zeitgeist of the games industry. If a false narrative starts to develop, or even like a just twisted narrative, it can spread very, very, very quickly, where it's something where it's like, we're seeing a lot of indications that Microsoft is not focusing on console hardware. Some people start to say they're not going to do a console next generation, and that starts to spread everywhere, and everybody's like, oh, so they're not doing that? Okay, whatever. I think that also is an effect of it too. But in general, I think it's just that people are much more tuned in than they used to be.
And a lot more savvy than the reputation they get from a very loud minority, and we're not going to talk about them. They're not impressed by pre-rendered teasers because they know it has nothing to do with the end product. And if you're going to tell them that it's in-engine footage, real-time capture, genuine gameplay, running on console, no nonsense, you better not be lying about it, because there's a lot of pixel counters out there who will catch you out. And I'm not talking about...
Yeah, I do think Digital Foundry ignited a lot of the interest in like pixel counting and graphics techniques and analysis. So that's certainly a component of it. But I think more than anything, outlets like Digital Foundry have given people the vocabulary to be able to describe what they're saying, or what they're seeing. So when they see something that looks really blurry and like this over reliance on upscalers to hit frame rate targets, now people have the language and vocabulary to describe that and to be upset about it. Whereas previously, if people didn't have the vocabulary to describe what they're feeling or seeing, they might just be like, I don't know, it just looks off, just looks weird, something's off about it. They couldn't put their finger on it really exactly. But nowadays they do, because again, they're very tuned in. People talk about this stuff much more openly than they used to.
Digital Foundry, I'm talking about random guys on Reddit who've just got nothing better to do. And I think most publishers know this and would rather avoid the hassle of a scandal. Most people who work for big companies aren't rabid C-suite sociopaths in three-piece suits. They're just normal people who frankly don't want the ag. And that's not to say that marketing isn't full of absolute horse, because it is. When a game trailer tells you it's made from in-engine footage, for example, that could mean absolutely anything. It does not have to correspond.
I'm sorry, that was funny.
In-engine footage, for
in-engine footage.
example, that could mean
engine footage. Sorry, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. You got me. That's pretty funny.
Absolutely anything. It does not have to correspond whatsoever to the finished product as it plays. It could be running in-engine at 1 frame a second and sped up in post. I mean, live-action Star Wars is made in Unreal Engine nowadays. It doesn't mean anything, as a disclaimer. But when a publisher tells you this was captured on PS5, that's a much more meaningful statement. As I've said, if they wanted to show you the game running at its best, they would surely capture on PS5 Pro, as some games are doing. Look at Silent Hill F. Or they would capture on one of those aforementioned PCs they got from Area 51. That's the sort of thing that used to happen. Hell, it still does happen. I used to make game trailers for a living, and I can tell you that even as recently as like 3 years ago when I was last doing it, it was still very common to produce multi-platform trailers from the absolute best capture possible, usually on PC, and just render out a bunch of versions with different mnemonics, different control prompts, etc. I've literally had to sit there and paste Nintendo Switch button prompts over PlayStation-derived footage. 9 times out of 10, it's not even nefarious. It's just usually unfeasible to make bespoke trailers for specific platforms. But in that situation, you're hardly going to pick the worst-looking version of the thing, right? Usually Nintendo Switch. There's definitely been a shift in attitude recently when it comes to how games are showcased and how that serves an ever more savvy audience. Sensational marketing is and will always be here to stay, of course, but the upshot of all this is that if you've got a PS5, you're probably set for a long time. You're not going to need to fork out for new hardware just to keep up with new releases for a long time yet. And if you consider the fact that generational upgrades are beginning to show real diminishing returns now because there's only so much detail you can resolve in 4K, because there's only so much time and money studios can spend on graphics, and no, I don't think AI is going to make up the difference in ways that anyone actually likes, because photorealism is a choice and not always the right one, because Moore's Law is dead. Take your pick, man. We're hitting every ceiling imaginable. We're never going to see the kinds of generational leaps we had years ago, like PS1 to PS2 or even PS3 to PS4. But
I think that that's an important thing to just reflect on and bear in mind. A lot of us are frustrated because I remember that moment. It's funny because I wasn't that tuned into gaming at the time, but I remember the first time I saw that GTA 5 trailer. You remember that original GTA 5 trailer? That do. That GTA 5 trailer, like the original announcement trailer. This thing. I think this is it. I remember the first time I saw this and just thinking, there's no way this is real. Like, I was just blown away. Like, graphically, it was stunning. It looked huge. It was like such a leap forward compared to everything else that was on the market at the time. It was crazy. It was just mind-blowing. And it was very much a generational leap. At least it felt like that. And then we went to like the PS4 era and we got the updated versions there and it looked even better. And we saw all these other games. You see games like The Last of Us Part 2, those initial trailers for The Last of Us Part 2, or maybe like Uncharted 4, the gameplay trailer. I think it was in 2015. Yeah. This gameplay trailer in 2015 was so graphically insane. People thought it was faked as well. People were like, no way this is real. But it was real. This is what the game actually looked like. If anything, it looked a little bit better when it launched a year later. And that like level of exciting, groundbreaking, just leaps and bounds ahead of where we were previously, that type of thing just doesn't really happen anymore. We see stuff that looks good. We see games with great art direction. We see games with really impressive reflections or whatever, but we just don't see these types of massive leaps anymore. And it's more a reflection of like hardware restrictions and just the realities of tech in 2025. You know, things have just changed. But I think that that's part of the reason people feel so frustrated, is that this level of exciting big leaps, like, they just don't really happen that often anymore, if ever. And so it can feel very frustrating, like we're not maybe we've gone backwards. It's like, I remember being so excited at E3 whenever they reveal stuff like this, and now I just don't feel that way anymore. But that it's just kind of where we are, just kind of how it is. Unfortunately, it's the reality of our situation.
As long as I've been alive, gaming is at its worst when people treat it like a tech product. Whether that's suits or punters, we're all guilty of it. And it's at its best when people treat it like a creative art. It is, of course, a bit of both, but I don't need to tell you which side of that equation should work in service of the other. And I also don't need to tell you that the balance has always been wrong. So, does captured on PS5 mean we're in for a long generation? No, and we know that plans are afoot for PS6 anyway, but I suspect we're in for a much longer cross-gen period than we're used to, as the global consumer economy remains firmly in the toilet. By design, frankly, but that's a whole other video. By the time we get to PlayStation 7, it'll be moot, because you'll either be jacking Roblox directly into your spinal cord, or you'll be a plane of sheet glass in an irradiated wasteland, and I can't decide which one of those I prefer, honestly.
Definitely the glass. Yeah, I do think he's absolutely right. The difference, this is so weird. I'm so confused. It's a video on IGN, but it's got a Eurogamer tag on it. And is it a Eurogamer video that they've put up? I don't understand. Yeah, make sure to subscribe to Eurogamer on YouTube. Or is this just, why does it say IGN? I don't understand. I don't get it. Anyway, I do think he's right. The next generation, the cross-generational period, I think is going to be massive. This generation, it was pretty extensive, but I think next generation, it's also going to go for like 3 to 4 years at least, because I think that they're braced for people to not spend a whole lot of money on the next gen hardware, at least up front. And as we've seen, they're spending so much money on some of these big games that they're going to want to really double up on it as best they can. The Witcher 4 also probably will be coming out around the same time period as the next generation of consoles, maybe 6 months before or something like that. But there almost certainly will be a cross-generational offering that they're going to bring to it. That's going to be true of a lot of these other games, but I think I do think that we're at a period where a lot of these developers have just accepted that there's not going to be big leaps and bounds forward. So I think a lot of them are developing with like base PS5 in mind. And that's going to be true for the next like 10 years. And a lot of these games are going to be cross-generational. They'll have some extra bells and whistles. They'll have cranked up ray tracing and stuff on the high end, but most of them will be designed with that as the lowest common denominator in mind. And I think also it goes along with what we've seen with Xbox's plans, which is apparently to forego the traditional console approach and instead lean into like a PC centric design philosophy for the next generation of consoles on their end, where everything's going to be built and designed around either modular PCs that Microsoft brands as Xboxes, or maybe it'll be more locked in, but they'll effectively be PCs in terms of system and platform. So I think in terms of development, like if a developer is creating something for PlayStation and Xbox, they're effectively building a PC game in order to get it working on the Xbox, as far as I understand it. So they need to have it be very, very scalable. And so if they just develop with the base PS5 in mind, they could do cross-platform stuff, and they should be good from there. And then they can kind of expand on that and just open up the ceiling from there for the PC ports, for the Xbox port, and everything else that comes after that. It's going to be very interesting. Going to be very interesting. Daniel, thank you for the 5. Baldur's Gate 3 is downloaded and ready to go. The turn-based put me off for a while, but I'll commit. Yeah, do it, my friend. It's base. I mean, it not even basically. It is the same gameplay system as used in D&D. So if you've ever thought about playing D&D, that's a great way to learn, honestly, is either playing D&D and then playing Baldur's Gate, or play Baldur's Gate to learn how to play D&D. But it's very good. Don't be afraid of looking up guides if you feel intimidated, but truly, like, give it a shot, because I think you'll be in for a real treat. Real treat. Oh, I wish I could re-experience Baldur's Gate for the first time. Yeah. Oh my God. So good. I finally beat Baldur's Gate 3 a few nights ago. What an epic journey, dude, for real. And then you can just do another playthrough and it'll just be all of that, but even more crazy and with totally different changes. Like if you really have the resilience to push for an all evil run, you can see some crazy stuff, man. Evil runs in Baldur's Gate are wild because they let you be evil. They will not hold back. You know, it's not one of those games where it's like, be evil, but it's like you're just kind of a little mean. No, they will let you be evil, and it's awesome. It's awesome. Oh my God. I just love it. I just love it so much. Okay, we've got a little bit of time before Jor. So let's check this out. I've wanted to watch this for a while. You ready? You ready? Real quick, thank you, Alex, for the 5. Hey, Luke, if GTA 6 revives the midnight launch events, will you be there? Also, will you stream the game the minute it releases? I don't know about streaming it, maybe. That could be cool. I think everybody's going to be, like, jumping into it, like, the moment that they can. But if there's, like, a midnight launch event or something, that could totally be fun to, like, stream. We could go do that. I would just be worried about, like, safety and security. But if there's a way to do it safely, I would totally go and like, stream going to pick it up. That could be super fun. Midnight launch events would be awesome to have back. It'd be so cool. It'd be so cool. Yeah, no one would be watching. Well, that's the thing. Like with some games, they're so big that nobody watches content on it because they're like, I want to experience it myself. I don't want to. I'm just going to be locked in my room playing it myself. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, let's check this out. We have a little bit of time. News, man. So I got recommended this video because YouTube understands me very, very well. It's labeled The Impossible Development of Kingdom Come Deliverance. Now, if you don't know me, I love me some KCD and I love me some Warhorse. And I've always thought the development of KCD, like the fact that we have it, is remarkable because it's a medieval, like, RPG sim. Like, it's pretty hardcore as well. On paper, it shouldn't work. Like, it should not have mass market appeal. It should not be popular because it is so, like, hardcore and special, but I'm happy about it. Yeah, Sneaky Pickle, I think initially recommended it on our Discord for members and Twitch subs and stuff. And it's fire. So we're going to check it out. It's from Devoid, as you can see here on YouTube. We're going to check it out and see what this development cycle looked like. I'm mainly interested to hear, like, the early ideas coming from Daniel Vavra, who of course was one of the head honchos behind the Mafia games back in the day, which are also some of my favorite games of all time. So let's see what they've got to say. Check it out.
Cool magic, amazing dragon. You've got Skyrim's cool magic, amazing dragons, pure fantasy overload.
Please hold. I'm going to try to crank the volume a little bit. Please hold. Just a tad quiet. Some of them have been a little quiet today. I'm not sure why. Let's try this again.
You got The Witcher 3.
No, it's still a little quiet. Please hold. I can fix this. I can fix it. Close. Boop. Sound booster.
Overload. You got The Witcher 3 stylus magic, monster hunts, a dark world packed with lore.
Okay. Back to the start. Okay, here we go. Voila. Here we go. Okay. Beginning.
You've got Skyrim's cool magic, amazing dragons, pure fantasy overload. You got The Witcher 3 stylus magic, monster hunts, a dark world packed with lore. Then there's Kingdom Come Deliverance. No magic, no dragons, hardly any budget. Just a group of hungry Chet developers trying to build the most historically accurate RPG ever made, which back then sounded absurd, but not to one man named Dan Vara. You see, Dan had already made hits, Mafia 2. The dude had industry respect, a stable, high-paying job. With his credentials, he could get hired anywhere and have a nice retirement. But something kept clawing at him. He couldn't sleep. He kept dreaming of a game no studio would ever greenlight. He wanted full control, no shortcuts, no corporate filters. And to make it real, he'll have to give up everything. While everyone else was chasing the next Skyrim, Dan was chasing something real. Medieval life, brutal combat, starvation, politics, pain. And somehow it worked.
Chasing the starvation. I do got to give him credit. It's an idea that no executive would have given him a penny for. Because imagine you walk into the boardroom in like 2014, 15. Like, hey, I want to make a video game. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, you made Mafia. You know what you're doing. Okay, what is it? Like a crime, like a Mafia-esque spiritual successor or something? No. I want to make a story-driven RPG that is like historically inspired, has like no magic or anything. I want to have like survival elements, like starvation. I want people to make fun of you if you smell bad. You have to take baths. If you misbehave, they put you in the stockade, and you feel quite hungry a lot. Like no executive would have been like, sounds great, let's totally do it. Which is why he kind of had to strike out on his own and be like, I believe in this idea, let's do it. And dude, it blew up to the point where now it's a point of like national pride. I brought this up before, but when I went to Prague I guess it was still, early last month, for KCD Fan Fest, I met a bunch of developers and I met a bunch of the fans and stuff. But when we were in Prague, we went and did a historical tour in like one of the town halls, basically, in downtown Prague. And the guy that did our historical tour through like the dungeon and through the whole thing, we asked him after the tour, you play KCD? Do you know Kingdom Come Deliverance at all? And this guy, who's like a historian and a tour guide in this historical location, is like, oh yeah, I love it. I love like going in there to experience the historical setting, to see all of this stuff that I talk about for a living, but to see it in the game form. I've played both of the games and I'm not even really a gamer, but I just absolutely love it. And dude, 90% of the people that we talked to in Prague, just that were not gamers, were not people that you would ever expect to play video games, had either heard of or had played KCD because it was like a point of national pride for them. They really, really do take a lot of pride in it. And it's something that I can understand why they're proud of, but it's a big deal over there.
Which leads us to how it all started. Dan and a handful of Chet veterans came together around a single vision. A medieval RPG with no spells, no monsters, no chosen ones, just brutal realism set in 1403 Bohemia. Everyone thought he was insane. Publishers laughed him out the room. Where's the magic? Where's the hook? Nobody wants to be a peasant with no powers, they said. But Dan didn't stop. After all, he founded a team that believed in the same thing, a different kind of RPG. And they weren't aiming low. Warhorse Studios wanted to blend the mechanics of Skyrim, the storytelling of The Witcher, the grounded world of Mount and Blade, and the brutal combat of Dark Souls. Their target? The kind of players who love Game of Thrones and Vikings, but wanted to live it, not just watch it. But there was one problem. Doing all this was expensive.
Money! Yeah, well, absolutely. The money is a huge component of it. But I think it also reflects something we talked about earlier in the stream, which was the problem with like some of these AI tools, which is that they are trained on past data sets, and that makes them by definition backwards looking. They're trained on this bucket of stuff, and so all they can produce is stuff pulled from the bucket. And a lot of executives actually work the same way as these like soulless, lacking in creativity AI tools, which is that they look back at previous games that have released and made a lot of money, and they say, okay, we'll just make something like that. You want to make a new live service game? We'll reach in the bucket, take out some Overwatch, and then take out some Guardians of the Galaxy, and take out some Destiny, maybe mix it together, and you have Concord. And that was like the whole thing. And of course it comes out, it's soulless, lifeless, and sucks. And it's because they didn't really create anything. They just formed it and squished it into something different, you know? And I think that is something that unfortunately has been a point of common frustration for a lot of these guys, is that they'll pitch an idea like a KCD2 that to you and I sounds awesome, and that there's nothing else really like it on the market. But because it's not just like Skyrim 2, people are like, oh, it doesn't sound like it's going to make much money. Oh, why not just make The Witcher 4? Why not just try to make our own version of that? Why are we doing this?
They had a private investor, but with a catch. To unlock the full funding, they had to raise $500,000 on their own. This was a little harder to do because at the time, mobile and free-to-play MMOs were exploding. Investors were convinced console RPGs were dead. Why fund a $60 medieval sim when microtransactions were making millions off iPads? Some publishers even suggested they pivot to a free-to-play MMO just to survive. Despite all this, they decided to start a Kickstarter. This was truly make or break for Kingdom Come Deliverance. They put everything into that campaign, a cinematic pitch, a low-funded prototype, and Dan staring down the camera telling the world no dragons, no magic, just history. And somehow it caught fire. Over 1.1 million raised,
yeah, buddy.
35,000 backers. A demo that barely ran, but people wanted it.
Yeah, it's sad to see how narrow-minded publishers are. It really restricts the originality of new games. I'm glad this one was funded over 4X. Shut up and take my wallet. Only 8 hours left. Such a journey, but following since the beginning. Can't wait to play. Bro revealed KCD 2 11 years ago. You guys are awesome. Consider me sold. I will pledge at the end of the month due to budget issues, but pledge I will. Yeah, people heard it and believed in the vision.
And it kept players updated, releasing dev diaries, showing early builds, sharing raw behind-the-scenes footage. This wasn't just development, it was collaboration. Now they had just enough to make the game, but not enough to survive if they failed. Dan wasn't your ordinary creative. He didn't need millions, just a little hope, even if it meant walking through agony. Because raising money, that was just a prologue. The real war began the moment they opened CryEngine. See, CryEngine was built for first-person shooters, tight corridors, controlled AI, linear levels. Trying to build a living, breathing Bohemian inside it?
You know what they needed to do? Unreal Engine, frankly. That seems to be I'm glad they didn't go to Unreal Engine. I'm glad they didn't, because my God, I was a doubter, and I tell you guys when I'm wrong. I was very wrong about this. I remember talking about KCD 2 years before it was even announced, and I don't know if it was on stream or a video or what, but I remember talking about it and being like, KCD 1 was so clunky and like rough. I thought they would surely move to a new engine or something, because I was like, it was rough. It was really rough, that first game. Lots of bugs. It had a lot of problems. And at the time, you know, people were just saying everything should move to Unreal Engine because Unreal Engine's pretty. So everybody should just move over there. So I remember talking about that back in the day. And then we saw, of course, what happened over the following years. And then we got KCD 2, and it's incredibly well optimized. Graphically, it's stunning. And just all of the complaints and frustrations people had, they just totally reversed it. It was really, really impressive. But that was one thing I was wrong about. I was like pretty sure that they were going to have to change engines because KCD 1 was so rough around the edges. But they were like, nope, we got it. Sit down.
Wow, that is not easy. And yet they still tried. Right from the start, sacrifices had to be made. Not everything survived the transition from dream to design. Massive cinematic battles, scrapped. The engine couldn't handle that. Too many soldiers on screen. A fully explorable silver mining city, pulled from the map entirely. They just didn't have the time or budget to build it. Branching side quests that changed based on your reputation, scaled back to avoid breaking the main story. They were bleeding resources faster than they could replace them. There were only about 3 dozen devs, no roadmap, just gray box prototypes. And one obsession Dan kept repeating: no magic, no shortcuts. If it didn't exist in 1403, we don't ship it. That obsession didn't stop with systems. Even the combat was built from real history. Warhorse Studios even took it a step further and went to historical battle reenactments, interviewed living history experts, and studied fencing manuals. Then they brought in real swordsmen and fencing champions, not just to choreograph, but to motion capture actual techniques. They wanted to know, how does it look from the eyes of a fighter when you actually stab, block, or get hit? The team also didn't just motion capture real swordsmen, they had to reinvent the whole system. They couldn't rely on flashy animation sets or predictable combos like Skyrim. Kingdom Come had varied elevation, awkward weapon sizes, and weird angles that no canned animation could cover. So Warhorse built a smart system that combined physics, animation tools, and procedural logic just to control what happens after your sword hits someone. And that obsession with realism didn't stop at combat. It extended to the world itself, especially the people.
Yeah, initial combat, pretty clunky. You do get used to it, and I encourage people, if you want to play the first game, like push through that initial clunkiness, because once you get over like the initial, this feels weird, it actually is pretty intuitive and it clicks with you, but you got to get through that initial wave. The second game, way more streamlined, way better, but the first game is definitely pretty clunky.
Living in it. This wasn't a game full of cardboard cutouts standing still until you showed up. In Skyrim, the blacksmith wakes, hammers, sells, and sleeps, like clockwork. But in Kingdom Come, he's a living person with a real life. If he's not at the forge, you'll have to track him down. Warhorse built their own AI engine completely from scratch on top of CryEngine, just to make that kind of realism possible. Where most NPCs in other games loop through 2 to 3 idle animations, Kingdom Come scripted every named NPC with a full 24-hour routine. A farmer might pull out a gardening tool at 9 AM, go fishing at noon, and head to the tavern by sundown. All without a single line of dialogue triggering it. No cutscene, no scripted triggers, just daily life written into the bones of the game. But pulling it off wasn't easy. Remember, they only had a few dozen devs. No big studio to handle bug testing or fix every edge case. The moment one AI broke, it could destroy an entire town's schedules. Quests would collapse, shops would stay closed, NPCs would disappear.
And this is one of those things, some people are like, what's the point of it? I think it leads or lends itself to the increased immersion, which is important in an RPG. You need to be immersed in the world. But it can be used in clever ways in questing too, where it's like, you got to go find this target. He does this in the day, he lives here, and he works here. And then you can kind of connect the dots. Okay, so he's going to be at his house when he wakes up in the morning. If I want to jump him or rob him, maybe is the task at hand. I'm going to go find him and jump him when he's walking home from work. And so I'm going to wait till nightfall, and then I'll get him when he's coming back home from the tavern. And you can kind of connect all those dots based on his routine and schedule. It was actually something that AC Origins actually experimented with back in the day in 2017. It's one of the big things I was frustrated that they cut for Valhalla and Shadows as well. I think it was in Odyssey as well, but they had full routines for all the NPCs and all of the AI in the game. So there were missions and stuff in AC Origins where you needed to track a guy walking from one village to Alexandria, and he was going to leave at sunrise. So you cycle the time forward to morning, and then you would follow this target all the way through the map to Alexandria. And it was genuinely like a cool use of that tech that they had built out. I'm glad they kept it here because they had it for Origins. Yeah, Clara says they had it in Odyssey as well. I think Valhalla was the first one to cut it, and then Shadows also cut it. I was hoping they would have kept it because it was coming from Quebec, but they also cut it in Shadows.
And then there was no roadmap, no example to follow. Skyrim had Radiant AI. Other studios used crowd simulation or hard-coded scenes. Warhorse, they were inventing a new way to simulate life from scratch and hoping it didn't fall apart under its own weight. You see this NPC? This is his brain. It keeps branching and branching. It looks very complicated to the point it makes your head hurts. This is why most RPGs fake it, but Kingdom Come doesn't. And that's what makes it so immersive. And it wasn't just the systems or the AI, even the performances were handcrafted to feel real. Dan said the game included 60 hours of fully voiced dialogue and 3.5 hours of motion captured cutscenes performed by over 50 actors. He personally auditioned more than 200 people across Prague and London just to find the right voices for Bohemia.
Don't even talk to me about it. He's all done in. I never saw so much blood come out of anyone's anus before.
And that raised a new challenge. What kind of English should they speak? British, American, something else entirely? Warhorse debated every detail because the wrong dialect could kill the immersion. Warhorse spent weeks debating this, even asking players. Eventually they landed on a kind of gritty Shakespearean middle ground, accessible enough to understand, but authentic enough to feel period appropriate. But they didn't stop there. Each actor's face was scanned 24 times, letting the animators generate 60 different expressions to make conversations feel raw, human, and grounded. Every piece was handcrafted, every detail obsessed over. Then after years of struggle, their hard work finally seemed to be paying off. And then it launched.
Oh my god,
shit.
that's so creepy. Fucking terrifying. Holy shit.
They're all T-posing.
That dude's also there. Like,
oh!
It was a mess. Guards stuck in doorways, glitched NPCs, broken quests, floating horses, crashing menus. It wasn't polished, it wasn't stable, but somehow it still hit. It topped Steam's bestseller list on release day, with peak concurrent players of nearly 96,000, exceeding Skyrim's own launch peak on the platform. Within just 2 days, the game sold 500,000 copies, including 300,000 on Steam and over 1 million units within 2 weeks. Kingdom Come Deliverance launched like a miracle held together with duct tape, but the team at Warhorse, they didn't walk away. At launch, they dropped a massive 25 gigabyte day one patch, and it didn't stop there. They rewrote stealth mechanics, rebalanced perks, fixed broken quest logic, and by patch 1.5, it actually worked. Console performance got smoother, NPC schedules stopped imploding, lockpicking was less of a nightmare. If you ask me, it still kinda is. But then came the DLC. Not lazy content drops, but full expansions. From the Ashes lets you rebuild a village from scratch. Band of Bastards threw you into gritty mercenary chaos. A Woman's Lot gave you a new perspective, a new protagonist. Sirhan's Capon's adventures literally turned into the world's most medieval rom-com. Eventually, they dropped modded tools, hardcore mode, and bundled everything into the Royale Edition. So while the launch was chaos,
Royale Edition,
what came after was something rare in gaming. Redemption through real work. The fixes helped, but that's not what actually kept people around. You see, this was a world that didn't just look real, it acted real, and surviving it felt like a triumph in itself. You were just Henry, a blacksmith's son. No powers, no armor, no destiny. You bled in every fight, starved when you couldn't find food, slept in barns, failed quests. Even basic systems made you earn it. Repairing your weapon wasn't just a menu.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts to watch the sword at a 90-degree angle on the, that's like, you know, there's some things where you see it or you hear it and it just hurts. Nails on a chalkboard. You see somebody like, I don't even know what another example would be. This, whatever this is, you know, it just hurts. It just hurts. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, teeth grinding. Oh yeah, sanding drywall for me. Oh really? That does it for you? Sanding drywall? For me, it's the sound of like a knife on a plate, like a glass plate. When people are like cutting a steak and then it creates that screeching sound, I will hear it from across the restaurant. And I don't know what it is, but my brain hates it. Hearing adults say 6-7, yeah, I could see that doing it. Yeah, I could totally see that doing it.
You had to control the grindstone yourself, rotate it, balance the pressure, angle the blade, mess it up, you'll ruin your weapon.
People chewing on clothes? What? Okay, you just said my wife. Yeah, my wife, just in general. Oh God. Oh no.
Alchemy wasn't automatic either. You physically ground herbs, steered them in sequence, and boiled mixtures by hand, like a medieval chemistry lab with real rules. It didn't feel like a game trying to entertain you. It felt like a world that didn't care if you survive. And that's exactly what made it immersive.
Well, I think just at the core of it, the world is going to keep spinning whether Henry's there or not. You know, it's going to keep spinning whether you're there or not. It's going to keep operating. All the NPCs are still going to do what they're going to do, whether you are there or not. And I think that makes it feel more alive. A lot of other games, and one of my frustrations with a lot of like Bethesda games of the modern era, is that they are all built around the player to such an extreme degree that it's like literally everything is contingent on their behavior. And I understand they're like, we want to have the player be the main character. And so the player is the main character. The player is the hero. The player is the one that is driving everything. But to me, it also is just frustrating because it feels like, I don't know, it's very contrived, you know? Very contrived.
Kingdom Come Deliverance wasn't about escape. It was about survival and the mindset that comes with it. You weren't chasing glory, you were chasing bread. Every coin felt earned. Every bowl of stew felt like relief. Because this wasn't just the first RPG where you could starve. It was one of the first where starvation actually mattered. Ignore hunger, your vision blurred, your reflex slowed. It wasn't just a stat, it was a punishment. And that design philosophy bled into everything. Take stealth. You weren't just crouching in shadows. Your clothes determined your sound profile. Chainmail, loud. Thick boots, loud. But dressed like a peasant in soft cloth, your footsteps were light like a feather. Even your armor could betray you. Players loved how every system, sound, food, clothing, weight was connected to one idea: survive or suffer. This was realism with intent. A game that didn't give you tools to win, it gave you reasons to be afraid. Players loved how every fight in Kingdom Come Deliverance felt personal. You weren't some fantasy badass mowing down enemies. You were bleeding, scrambling, barely making out alive. You were a blacksmith's son, barely trained, bleeding for every inch. Combat had combos, but they weren't easy. You had to memorize directions, manage stamina, and read your opponent. Miss a step, you'll get punished hard. Enemies didn't scale, they didn't play fair. A lucky strike could cripple you, and most of the time, running wasn't an option. Trust me, I know, I got 1,000+ hours. And even when you had the upper hand, it didn't mean a thing, not if you brought the wrong weapon. You see, in other games, it doesn't really matter what you hit an enemy with. A sword is a sword, a bow is a bow, damage is damage. But in Kingdom Come Deliverance, you could shoot an armored knight in the chest with an arrow, and it would bounce off. Because that plate wasn't just cosmetic, it was real protection, molded with actual ballistic resistance. And then suddenly now, your entire approach had to change. Light enemies, swords, stabs, and slashes worked fine. But if you ran into someone with full plates, you needed blunt force, maces, warhammers, weapons that dented, shattered, or broke bones through armor. Your longsword might look cool, but in the wrong fight, it was less effective.
Well, and I think this is just one of those reasons why I think a lot of people bounced off of KCD2, which is, or KCD1 as well, but KCD2 as well. And it's just that it is a game that is unforgiving in the purest sense of the word. And some people love that and respect it for that. But other people are conditioned by a lot of more modern game design, which biases in favor of the player pretty aggressively. And that is, it's just a difference in taste. It's a difference in mindset more than anything, though. And I think once you put yourself in the mindset to play a game like KCD, you can enjoy it to such an extreme extent that it's unlike anything you've ever played before. I mean, it is so special and so immersive once you've put yourself into that mindset to really appreciate it. But if you are not already in that mindset, and if you're trying to play KCD like Skyrim, you're gonna have a bad time. Like, you just will. It is not that type of game, and it's not trying to be that type of game, but it really is not that type of game. And I've seen that some people definitely get frustrated because they try to play it in that old school way, or in that more AAA typical open world adventure game style, and then they get frustrated and they're like, this doesn't feel as good or even good at all, because it's very frustrating and it's not working. So yeah, I think that's definitely a core piece of it. Let's I got a couple more minutes before Jor joins us, so let's see what we have for the rest of this.
All of this was physics based. If your angle was off, if your sword missed a vulnerable spot, you got nothing but sparks. Every fight made you think, what armor are they wearing? What am I carrying? And do I even have a chance? Should I subscribe to the Void? Players loved it because this wasn't hack and slash. This was medieval combat, where using the wrong weapon could get you killed. And if bleeding in combat wasn't enough, just wait until you commit a crime. Kingdom Come Deliverance didn't play around with morality. There were no karma meters, no press X to redeem yourself. If you stole something, people remembered. If you got caught, guards didn't just yell, they chased, searched, beat you, fined you. Sometimes they dragged you to jail. And your reputation actually mattered. Still too much in one town, shopkeepers refused to deal with you. Show up filthy, they'll comment about it.
You look like you've been assaulted.
Your crimes didn't follow you across Bohemia. They stayed where you made them. What you did in Rattay stayed with you in Rattay. And every village had its own memory and its own judgment. You were Henry the Chosen One in one town, and in another you were Henry the Thief, Henry the Bum, Henry the Bloody Peasant who stank of garlic and sweats. This was pure genius from the developers. By not going with a global morality system, it gave every town its own personalized identity. The town you're in doesn't know you're a mass murderer. They just think you're an honorable knight based on your clothing. The quick save button.
Well, and what I'm excited to see is that is moving forward in the next game, whatever that is. I would love to see, you know, the occasional spillover where somebody visited from the nearby town of Rattay, and they come by and they talk to somebody and they find out that, oh, this little man, Mr. Henry's gotten himself in some trouble. I don't know how you'd communicate that to the player as to what's happening, but I think, you know, it's like word of your misdeeds has traveled near and far, and now people know about it. Yeah. Personalized identity casually shows a war crime. Yeah. Oh, he's about to mention the saving, though.
One of the most abused safety nets in gaming. It's a safe rewind button to keep the stress away. But in Kingdom Come Deliverance...
Yeah, dude, I will stand by this till the day I die. I think that quick save in RPGs should be completely cut out. I think if you want to mod it, that's fine. I think though that quick save should be like something you unlock after completing the main story, or you know, you have to mod it in or something. Because I think what quick save does for so many people is it actively makes the game worse for them than if they did not use it at all. Because what will happen is if people have access to a quick save, they will use it. And when they use it, they will not live with the consequences. You're right, Moonlight. Instead, they will quick save before a big decision. They'll make the decision, and seeing how it plays out, they might reload and try it a different way. The whole point of a role-playing game in my mind is that you make choices and you live with the consequences. That's what you have to do. And for like when you have access to a quick save, you're going to try the combat encounter, quick load. You tried sneaking past a guard and breaking into his chest to steal stuff, but you messed up the lockpicking minigame, so he catches you. Yeah, just quick load. Try again. Like, what's the point of having consequences in the game at all if you can just immediately bypass it with a quick load, quick save, back and forth, you know? Like, what are we doing? What are you doing? Joke's on you, I spent 2 in real life days making Savior Schnapps. Well, that's just dedication, Strawberry. I respect that. That's totally fine. But I think if people are playing, especially, maybe not in a game like Skyrim, which is already kind of popcorn as far as like a game is concerned, but in a game like KCD, where consequences matter or should matter, I think the lack of quick save is fantastic, and you shouldn't have it. Because I think if you give players an exploit that they can exploit, they will, and they will use it, even to their own detriment. And it's something like, you remember when they launched Expedition 33, and there was a particular set of Pictos that you could apply, I think, to Mael, and it would totally break, because it basically would allow her to double at one point in the damage calculation. It would do like 2x instead of 2xing a smaller number that gets added on to it. It would just 2x the entire thing. It was basically like, you know, the parentheses for the multiplication wasn't there, so it did it wrong, and it led to Mael being totally broken. And was it the sword? It wasn't the Pictos, it was the sword itself. Okay. But basically the whole thing was the developers went back in after launch and they patched it and they redid the math to get it working properly, so that she wouldn't just like casually 1-tap or 2-tap end game bosses. Fair, I think, because I think if you give players an ability or a weapon that will break the game, they will use it, and then they'll be kind of frustrated that those end game bosses were a total joke when they weren't supposed to be. It was because the players were using this exploit that they had access to. So anyway, I could ramble about quick save, quick load all day long, because I'm passionate about it. But all this to say, we've run out of time to finish this because we got to hop on with Jor. But solid video. And yeah, I absolutely do appreciate, you know, any sort of discussion of KCD. So good video, Devoid. I do think it is fascinating to see how they put this thing together. And I think, again, it's just really important to remember that this thing did not make sense on paper. On paper, it never should have been made because it's just such a wacky, crazy, out there idea to make a hardcore medieval sim RPG. But they did it, and I'm so glad they did because it ended up being fantastic. So I'm very appreciative of it, and I'm glad we have it. I'm glad it exists. Okay. I can close that. I can close that. Let's see.
Justin Fountain donated $9.99 through Super Chat. When you mentioned mishandled IP, I would throw in JW because Universal has a minimal game presence. For one, Universal hates guns even though movies have COD-like
arsenals. You mean Jurassic Park, Jurassic World is underutilized? I agree that, yeah, especially like, how do you make dinosaurs not super exciting? How do you make dinosaurs in like a dinosaur theme park with like survival horror, or like they could do like a whole first person shooters. They could do all sorts of stuff with it. They of course have done some stuff with like, was it Jurassic World Evolution 3. Yeah, this just came out like a handful of days ago, a week ago. So this just came out. So they are doing some stuff with it, but it's surprising me that they only have like the park sim builder games and that's it. They do have that one survival game that they did the trailer for a little while back. So they do have that coming at some point. I don't know if that's been announced or like it's being released or whatever, but they are doing some stuff. It's from Frontier, who did Planet Coaster, Chaos Gate, Roller Coaster Tycoon, Elite Dangerous, really? Oh, did they did the yeah. Who knew? I didn't realize. Well, there you go. There you go. That's crazy. That's crazy. Evolution looks great. So Raptor Play. Yeah, I love those types of games. I just haven't tried that one yet, but I've heard good things about it. Okay. I'm gonna get Mr. Jor in here in just a moment, and we'll talk about some stuff. It'll be a good show because we can actually hear each other. I felt bad the last podcast we did. The audio was so screwed up. A lot of people couldn't even listen to it, but it was so difficult to get audio working literally anywhere. It was kind of crazy. It's like I never thought I would struggle so much, but playing Ark tomorrow. That's the plan. I'm excited. It's actually happening. It's real. Okay. Waiting for confirmation that we can get him in here. Yeah, when I was staying at the resort, it was wild because like you don't realize how every single place on a resort's grounds is covered in copyrighted music playing constantly, but that's literally like no matter where I went on the property grounds, everywhere there was like copyrighted music playing, and it was like, okay, staying here, it's nice because there's always like a little bit of audio playing in the background, but like when you want to record a podcast, it doesn't really work that well. It really doesn't. You guys remember this guy, Starhelm? We talked about this on stream. because he actually made the like
In less than 4 weeks,
pixel art, but like an actual game.
In less than 4 weeks, we passed 100,000 wish lists. This is crazy. This is absolutely nuts. I do have a day job, so every waking minute of my life that I'm not working is spent on this. But I did want to take this pause and just really thank you for just trusting me, believing in me, being excited with me. I'm so excited about this project. I'm Dominic. You're probably going to see a lot more of me as I unveil more. So I have a little fun, immersive experience for us here. I'm gonna walk around this last concept area, last visual. There's no gameplay yet. Don't break your hearts. It's coming. I promise. And I'm just, as far as I know, no art, no content, no sound will be generated by AI. That's the fun that I and other artists would like to have and want to give you. So the next question I'm always getting is, what's the gameplay? If you want to have a good idea on what the gameplay is going to be like, go get Thief 1 and 2, not the remake. This is going to be RPG-like.
Like, I can't get over it, how good the fire looks like under the tree. Like, he really has pulled off the art direction pretty fantastically well, and I don't even know how he's doing it. I think it's like, it's all fully 3D, but then I think he's gone back through and then of course has like multiple layers of pixel art filters that go over top at different resolutions depending on how far away from the camera they are. I don't really understand like how he's pulled it off, but it looks really good. I mean, it really does.
A big reason for using Godot is A, it's open source, but B, that means that I can rip out all the rendering and work with it myself. That's kind of how I'm getting this look. The next question I get a lot is, how am I doing this? How is this made? That will be revealed someday. I don't want to take the fun away from all the developers right now guessing, the people guessing. There's magic in it right now. I don't want to spoil. I don't want to spoil the illusion. I have been.
Oh yeah, if he's got like, so many people have been trying to replicate this look, and then he's done it very well in this package. I would not tell people if I don't have to. Yeah, no, I'd keep this secret, dude. I wouldn't tell anybody.
Chasing 3D pixels for like over a decade now. There's some old posts, maybe I'll put them up here, where I've been trying to get 3D pixels working long time ago, years and years ago. Last year I had like a top-down version of this working. AI showing it kind of put the fire under my ass to do it though. It was like this confidence boost. It was like, oh, that's what it would look like. Well, it was always so close to that. And I'm just so, it made everything click. But that said, I would love to give a talk on this because the nerdy scientist in me is like bursting at the seams to tell you all of the methods and trickery and math, all that stuff. So trust me, one day I will reveal all. I know it's incredibly unconventional to show this without gameplay. I just couldn't wait. I just couldn't not share this look and this technology. I was so giddy and so excited.
It is genuinely really, really cool. And it's not like, this is not easy to do. Again, it's like anybody's like, oh, we'll just take a 3D environment, put a pixel art filter over it. It's not how that works. Like it just does not work that way. It is way more complicated, way trickier than that. And the fact that he's gotten it running, period, is outrageously cool. Like, oh, I'm excited. I'm excited. It looks very, very good. So props. I didn't realize he had the channel up. Okay. Let's see. Still haven't heard from Mr. Jor. Mr. Jor. We got to do this, Mr. Jor. Do 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 do. Okay. Okay. Bruce Straley's game studio's working on. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, he's been away for a while working on stuff. Okay. Well, I will try. Let's try just calling Jor real quick and get him in here. And then we'll do the show. We can do the show. Do a little show. Here, while I get this set up on my end, I'll play a little Midgard mishaps for you, and then we'll be back hopefully with Jor rocking and rolling, okay? You ready? You ready? We'll be right back after this. I will return. Give me just a moment while I get some stuff set up. Booyah. That. Boop, boop, boop.
This is a perfect example of the bizarre shit happening with the kid's face. Look at that. That's some creepy, like, fringe shit right there. That's like Hellraiser. That's fucked up.
More Draugr! More Draugr! A lot of Draugr around here! There are a lot of Draugr around here! More Draugr? More Draugr?
None of your fucking business. Now get in here.
Another to the right!
Think you can pick up the trail?
Yes, sir.
Show me.
Wait, I bet my new arrows can shatter something.
What are you doing?
I forgot how much I love, like, glitch compilations.
Atreus! Atreus, to me! Atreus, now! Atreus! Atreus, now! Atreus!
I'm so glad they saved those. I'm so glad. Atreus! Still haven't heard from Jor, so we're gonna try this. We're gonna try this. Which button is it? Boop a doop a doo, boo boop a doo boo. We're gonna try just calling Jor, seeing if he shows. Otherwise I don't know. I don't know. Do. Otherwise, maybe it's not meant to be. Let's do this. Do. No, I don't see a Jor. I don't see a Jor. Oh, well, fam, we might just have to make fun of Jor. Yeah, he's playing Horizon in the bathtub again. It seems like it. Might have to make fun of Jor for that. Be like, Jor, I was here. I was here for you. I don't know what you're doing. I was here. No, he says, okay, he says sorry. He says he's here. He says he forgot because of daylight savings time. Is daylight savings time hitting today? Is that hitting today?
Yo.
You're live, just so you know. We're on stream.
No, good to know. Yeah.
Just, don't say any of that stuff you normally say.
I won't. I just pre-ordered the Horizon Magic cards, so yeah.
They're doing that?
Yeah, no, there are like Secret Lair Horizon cards. Let me get my... Hello, yeah, I think we're good.
That's crazy. People say Jor is just busy fighting back all the chicks. Are they good? Jacob says they're pretty cool. Are they better than the Fallout ones they did? Because I heard the Fallout ones. I have one of the Fallout ones behind me, the Mothman one. But are they good?
So the Fallout one had like its own series, Assassin's Creed as well. But these are just Secret Lair. So the cards already exist, but they just give them like so there's like a Thunderjaw card, but it's like a different version of a card that is already in the Magic universe. But they just give them the PlayStation flavor. But there are Ghost of Tsushima cards as well, Last of Us, God of War. But yeah, a lot of them are already sold out. I kind of forgot about it, which kind of sucks. But
oh well, there you go.
And then I saw low stock at Horizon Forbidden West, so I was like, shit, I have to go fast.
You have to get it.
But yeah, the Ghost ones, they got people really wanted those. Obviously, it's only Ghost of Tsushima. Because my volume low, I'm gonna push it up if needed.
He's stocking up. So I didn't realize, I guess, in the States, did daylight savings time kick in today?
Last Saturday, but yeah, I forgot. So we're now 1 hour.
Oh, this says November. Wait, I don't understand. Daylight savings time has always been so confusing to me. It says November 2nd is when ours fall back 1 hour at 2 a.m. From 1 a.m. or from 2 a.m. to 1 a.m. So on November 2nd in the morning, it'll go from 2 a.m. to 1 a.m. So 8 will become 7.
Okay. So that's this weekend.
Yeah. It just hurts my brain, dude. Every time I try to figure out daylight saving, I'm like, it just fries my brain every single time.
I think they're trying to get rid of it every year, but it never holds.
Never holds. Well, I mean, it made sense back in the day, I think, but nowadays not not so much. Oops, I pressed the wrong key. But anyway, we can talk about some games, and that will distract us from the fact that daylight savings time doesn't really make a lot of sense. I realized I did not have, since the streaming PC died and freaked out and I had to rebuild all of my OBS stuff, I had not built out a new version of the OBS with all of our podcast scenes. So I'm doing it on the fly, but yeah, I mean, either way, we'll manage. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, very good. I see it now on the Discord too, which is nice. That helps. So we're fully sync. We're fully sync. But hello, everyone. I see Lewis asking, have we covered the Amazon New World stuff yet? I'm not sure if you already covered it. And of course, let me know if my audio is better now, chat.
Yeah, I think
yeah.
I think either way, it'll be a massive step up from when I was trying to do the show in a pile of wood chips in a resort. So this will work better.
Yeah, well, did it not work out because the plan was that you covered the audio or recorded the audio on your end, but that sadly did not work out.
Yeah, I guess I can explain it. I don't know if it's worth explaining on the show or if the show's already started now. I don't know, but
I think so. But then we do need the theme song.
We'll do the retroactive theme song. Well, basically what happened is I understood it from Jacob because I sent it all to Jacob, and what Jacob told me was that the tick rate or the time within the audio recording that I made as a backup was different than the timing for the recording off of the actual, I think your primary video recording. So basically what that meant was that when they were put together, because one was at 44.1 kilohertz and one was at 48 kilohertz, they didn't work right. So the audio would end up being way too fast and it would get off every sentence or so. The timing would be off. So it basically just got to the point where Jacob was like, I don't know how to fix this, man. I don't know. And it's tough because I told people, you don't realize how much copyrighted music is played on every square foot of a resort until you need to record a podcast where you can't have that. When you're just staying there, it's kind of nice because there's always some nice music playing. But when you need an actual quiet place, there's nowhere. And this time around, we had a hotel room that just had two queen size beds in it, and then the whole family was staying in there. Last time we went to Universal back in December, I got a whole suite so I could still film and record stuff while we were there. Yeah. We didn't do that this time, and so when the kids were down for naps or in bed, that was the only time I could record anything or do the show, and there was just nowhere to go for quietness. So what are you gonna do?
Thanks, Jacob, at least for trying, but that seemed like a pain and not worth it. But we're back now. We still wanted to do a show, obviously, while you were touching grass, and now we're back.
It's the biggest mistake I ever made.
Yeah. You gotta live and learn, live and learn.
Should have known.
I already see some people talking about certain news stories that we can go over. But overall, how have you been? How was the break? Was nice overall? You didn't miss a lot.
Yeah, no, it's been good. We had this scheduled for a little while, so we went. We did the Fallout haunted house. We did the FNAF haunted house, which were very cool. It really reminded me that some of these IP are so much bigger than just our bubbles. In the Fallout haunted house, we were in line with all these people, and so many of them were talking about how they found out about Fallout and stuff. And overwhelmingly, they were like, oh, I just saw it show up on Amazon, and my friends were telling me it was really good, so I watched it. Found out it comes from a video game. Can you believe that? Same thing with the FNAF stuff, where people are like, oh, I thought it was just a Chuck E. Cheese reference. Well, it is, but it's also a video game. So I just, we're in this bubble, we're in this world, so we're just used to it. But for a lot of people out there, they're getting exposed to these IP for the very first time through the FNAF movie, the I guess books actually do pretty well with younger audiences, with the Amazon shows. Like those things really, really do introduce these IP to a whole new universe of people. And so it was like genuinely really cool. The Fallout haunted house was cool. It was just a bunch of little references to the show, and it was much better than The Last of Us haunted house last year, which was all of like 90 seconds long, and they pack you so like densely together in those haunted houses that you literally are like belly to back to everybody as you walk through this haunted house. And they have all of the scare actors, like the guy dressed up as Joel has one line of dialogue as you're walking through this room. You turn a corner, go into another room, and you weave through the haunted house that is trying to tell a story. But the scare actor has one line of dialogue. So like their version of Joel goes, and he just like pivots around. Ellie, get down. Pretends to fire the rifle. Goes around the corner. Ellie, get down. Goes around the corner. Ellie, get down. And so they have to do that over and over and over again on a loop because they're playing the audio through the speakers so that the actors don't blow out their voices. But because the line moves so slowly, you're packed in with all these people and you hear the same line said like 6 times before you go into the next room. So it just kind of ruins the whole thing. There's no flow to it, But that was for The Last of Us haunted house last year. This year, the Fallout one and the FNAF one were way better pace. They actually kept people flowing through pretty well. It was actually quite fun. So we did that, chilled, hung out. But what about you?
Yeah, I've been doing some stuff as well. Let's see where to begin. We in Amsterdam have the Amsterdam Dance event. So then the whole city is taken over by some nice parties. So I went to see some DJs over the weekend. So that was nice. Apart from that, I've been toying around with the ROG Ally that we of course already touched on. Fixing some final videos. It's a weird time in terms of content because normally there's a lot of games coming out and it feels like we're kind of at the end already of the year, which is interesting. I did not touch Outer Worlds 2. I did skip that, but happy to see that it is performing well. I don't think the sales are that good, but I'm already going off track. For overall, I'm doing well. I'm planning another. I want to go on a trip as well before the end of the year, because I wanted to normally go in January, but I have a feeling January is already gonna be busy, so I'm gonna skip that. Yeah. So I'm gonna be here in January, kick off the year. I mean, all those games want to release before GTA, so they got to be fast.
Yeah, well, it's funny because a lot of stuff got booted out of or was rushed before this fall because initially people were thinking GTA would be there, and now that it's all shifted, everybody now is like, okay, well, race out to like January, February, March, or push to like later next year. But even the ones that are looking to later next year, they're being kind of cagey. Like Halo has, of course, their big anniversary, 25th anniversary in November, but even they don't want to give that as a launch date or like lock it in because they're worried GTA might get delayed to November. And so they just don't want to put a date on it, even though it's freaking Halo celebrating 25th anniversary. They're like, we don't want to even risk it.
Can you check the volume maybe through Discord? Can you enhance it a bit, because I'm already at the highest? Yeah.
Oh, for me it sounds like you're peaking, like the sensitivity is way too high. Yeah, so maybe lower it down. I've got you balanced on my side, but if you lower it down.
Is this better?
Talk a little more.
Hello. So
yeah, that sounds better to me.
Okay, I'm nice. Yeah, and then you can balance it for the stream. Nice. Thanks everyone for letting us know, Paradox. It's an interesting time, but so yeah, I'm planning to go on. Last year I went on a solo trip as well. I want to do that before the end of the year too. So that's I've been like doing some research where I want to go to, and I'm going to plan that very soon. Yours sounds clear further from the mic. It's weird.
He sounds
You're
clear.
underwater.
Oh, weird. They might also be trolling you just a little bit. I mean, you never know. But you sound good to me. So can we come along? Yeah. We won't ask for permission. We'll ask for forgiveness. We'll just show up, right?
I mean, I'm going on a solo trip. That's the whole point. That I'm going solo.
That's what you think.
What was, by the way, funny? I was working out on Monday, and then a guy came up to me. He's like, I'm watching your video. It's like, what the fuck?
Really? Oh, that's crazy.
It was so weird. He was watching my news roundup. And
Oh,
it was
that's
like
awesome.
showing it. Yeah. I was like, okay.
Props.
That's crazy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, watch the ad. Click on the ad.
Yeah.
Very good.
You can't say that, Jor. You can't say that. No, so but I think you're right in sentiment. Like we have kind of seen this year sort of wrap up. We got the big stuff out of the way already. I mean, through the end of this year, what do we got? We've got, of course, the Game Awards still coming, but in terms of big releases, like Call
Where
of
Winds
Duty, I
Meet
guess.
is on my list. Where Winds Meet. What are you not?
Oh, Where Winds Meet. I actually am
Oh, yeah.
interested in that. I do think that looks pretty cool. Where Winds Meet. Do we have any other like really big?
We
big
got the
ones?
Avatar. It's not big, but the Avatar third-person update and the DLC for the movie.
Mhm.
It's still coming. The Mirage patch is still coming with the DLC for that.
Yes. My lovely wife just brought me a
all not big.
coffee. That's goated.
Nice.
Yeah, Pog wife champ. Yeah, I mean, they basically just have gotten to the point where a lot of these companies, like we said, they kind of were trying to get out ahead of GTA. GTA didn't end up being a problem, but their schedules were already locked in. And so now we're just in this kind of quiet time where a lot of studios have gotten more time or they were rushed, but either way, their games are out. And now we're just kind of chilling. But it does
It's
mean
fine too.
What
Yeah,
was it?
like I have a lot of games to catch up on, so I'm actually fine with that. We have Peps Gaming here. Why are people sleeping on Ninja Gaiden 4? I see no one talk about that game. There are a lot of like high caliber games that 10 years ago people would go crazy for that now just came and went.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting year.
Yeah, I do think you're right. I've noticed for whatever reason, maybe it's just the flood of games this year or something, but it feels like this year there's been a handful of games that just come out and just disappear instantly. Like even Keeper, which is coming from a pretty well-established studio, that one came out and was received pretty well, and it's just...
Yeah, or Hell Is Us, like that was also hyped a lot, and
yeah, and I thought Hell Is
it-
Us was pretty good too. I really liked Hell Is Us, but that also kind of disappeared. There's been some big ones that have, of course, kind of dominated the headlines and commanded most of the attention. There's games like Arc Raiders, which launches officially tomorrow, which I'm sure is going to generate a lot of discussion and people will talk about that.
Yeah.
But like going through some of these that are listed for release in November, I mean, Tales of Old Dominus, Europa Universalis,
Tales
Fable.
of Old Dominus sounds like a Samaya game. I'm not sure.
You may not be wrong.
Anno.
Anno, yeah. Call of Duty, Where Winds Meet, which I do think looks cool. Tarkov apparently is coming out. Let's see. I mean, Kirby Air Riders, Marvel Cosmic Invasion. I could see some people playing that. Not really our bubble, but I could see that.
Metroid, of course, big.
Yeah, Metroid, Octopath Traveler 0. But like in terms of our bubble and our circles, there's not a whole lot that we would typically be covering and discussing.
Perfect time for a solo trip. If I say so myself.
Perfect time. And I also think that it's perfect time if a game wants to come out and like really command some of the headlines and the sort of news discourse. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button again. If they want to tackle that and command a lot of the discourse, they could totally do that now, where they could, like, I think if, for example, Crimson Desert, if they want to do a big press push in like early mid-November, and they do like I don't know, I'm not saying I have any secret knowledge, but I'm saying if they did like previews or something like that, it would be a great time, because people like me and Jor who would talk about games like that right now don't have a whole lot to talk about. So that could be a slam dunk. Same with a lot of other companies that are working on big open world.
I do wonder if companies really think like that. I do think they should, because it is like a way to get like free press or know that your thing will get coverage. But I do think they're still very much in the old mindset where thinking about, okay, when are we ready? And okay, it's way better to maybe prepare this and do a January trip or whatever. So we're closer to launch, and then we got the Christmas break in between and can prep the whole year. Something like that. I don't know. We will see. But I do think what we've seen and what going back to the Hell Is Us developer also said, it's just so hard to get coverage or in the people's minds when there are a lot of other games coming out, and you very often have no control if a Silksong suddenly decides, hey, we're coming out 2 weeks later, which on the same day. But that and I mean, next year we're gonna get the same bloodbath. Like March is already 007, Crimson Desert, Saros, and I'm sure there will be more games that are all in our bubble. And then we hear news articles where it's like most hardcore people, so most people only buy 1 or 2 games a year. But then of the hardcore people, which is like 1/3 maybe of the people that play games, they buy one game a year. So how is all the math going to work? I'm really, really curious about that.
Yeah. Well, and I wonder if, because we had the same discussion last year too. I'm wondering if there's going to be some adjustments to it. Like, last year, or I guess this year, technically, we had all those games that were initially set for, I think it was mid-February, where it was like AC Shadows, it was KCD2, it was Monster Hunter at the end of the month, Avowed. All of these games in sort of similar bubbles that were all launching in the same window. And then we saw KCD2 move up, AC moved out. And so they kind of spread themselves out a little bit more once they had a firmer grasp on what the release schedule looked like. And I think that probably happens a little bit here. Maybe Crimson Desert slips 2 weeks or something. GTA moves. But it is funny how GTA has managed to basically for 2 years instill so much fear in massive publishers that it's totally caused, like, I think a lot of this like hesitance over release dates is specifically because of GTA. Like, nobody wants to be close to it. So there's just a lot of like, we're launching next year at some point when we're not close to GTA. Like, that's our goal, just next year at some point.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it too when they finally pushed it out of 2025, that finally companies were ready to announce their date. And yeah, I think it will happen again, because I still don't believe the May date. But yeah, it's going to be fascinating overall. Well, what will happen, because there are so many games in April, but nothing in or so many games in March, but nothing in April.
Yeah,
which is very curious. And also the Summer Game Fest is a week after GTA's launch. So it's like, it either helps them, so there are more people hyped about gaming and want to know what's next, or everyone's just playing GTA and they're like, I don't care about Jeff Keighley's thing. And everyone has to go there. Like, that's not smart to go, like, not work on GTA content if you really want to cover that game. Because I don't think they're gonna send out review codes. Obviously, they're gonna put some people in a hotel for 5 days, maybe a week before launch, to do a review. But I think that's it, with like a bodyguard sleeping next to you and stuff like that.
They'll have you go through a metal detector. They'll have you do all sorts of stuff. Dude, when I went to I think it was Bungie for Marathon, as part of their security, like, we had to lock all of our stuff into lockers on the ground floor, and then you go through metal detectors so they make sure you're not bringing anything upstairs, and then you get in an elevator, and then you're allowed up to where they make the games and stuff. And like, when I visited like Ubisoft, they're not that hardcore. They just watch you and are like, don't take pictures of computer screens, please. But like if Bungie's willing to do that, you better believe for GTA, they're going to perform internal evaluations. They're going to look at you inside and out to make sure you're not sneaking anything, because they take it hardcore, dude. It's going to be crazy.
Oh yeah.
No leaks.
Oh, yeah.
Like they're not tolerating anything.
Jamie is saying Shadow drop Judas. This would be the perfect time for Judas for sure, like November.
Oh, dude,
still
for
be in
real.
the Game of the Year conversation. That would be funny.
Dude.
So we got some questions as well. Maybe we can like quickly insert some of them. Kaio is asking if Ghost of Yote flopped, but I don't believe that. I'm not sure what you think, but of course the numbers are that it's basically selling as well as Ghost of Tsushima. It had the same budget, probably maybe a bit more marketing, because of course when Tsushima came out it was full COVID, so it made no sense to do any physical marketing outside of homes. And on the other hand, like Ghost of Tsushima, because there were like 20 million more PS4s out when that game came out, and because everyone was at home, it was launching in July when there was no other game coming out. It of course performed very, very well. So I think Yote being on the same level, it's actually pretty good. And I think, at the end of the year, because I think another trend this year has been that, and maybe you know about this term too, but it seems that people are using or like doing a volcano analogy where basically before launch you hear some marketing here and there, then 1 week before launch they really push the game, and then for like a 2-week window, and then there's like no marketing or anything at all. So it's like really pushing the game during that 2-week window, and it feels like every game, and even Borderlands 4, it sold pretty well, but it's once again to the people that seem to already like Borderlands and be really, really in that, be already a big fan of that. But I feel that a lot of games have not reached kind of the mainstream, kind of what Battlefield is now doing, where it is reaching people that normally don't really buy a lot of games. I feel like a lot of other games, like a Ghost of Yote as well, is sure it's getting the people that were already interested from the announcement trailer, but it will be interesting to see how long the tail is for these games, because it seems that everyone comes in at like day one, and then it kind of fizzles out. It doesn't really sell well over time, a lot of these games this year, at least from the data I've been seeing. So I do think that's an interesting trend this year, where people just go for the things that they know but are not maybe really but it's
Sure.
not really reaching another audience.
Yeah, I mean, I think just to answer the question directly, did Ghost of Yote flop? No. Flop has a certain definition to it, and you could say maybe our definitions are different, but no definition of flop includes making a profit. And Ghost of Yote, at this point, without a doubt, has made a profit, and every copy sold from today onward is a profit. Is it as much of a profit as Ghost of Tsushima generated? I personally don't think so, based on the numbers and data that I've seen. But is it a flop? No. The people that seem to be rooting for it to be a flop are a lot of like the culture warrior types who decided before the game was even previewed that it needed to fail for various reasons. You don't have to like the game, you don't have to buy the game. But did it flop? Not by any definition of flop that I'm aware of. As for how it's going to perform more generally, I think it's just a less, at least as far as I can tell, it's just a less exciting game, I think, and product than Tsushima was. And so it's not going to generate as much engagement. Like, I think it's really impressive. It's really well executed. I just don't think it's as exciting or compelling. For many different reasons, but I think it's more of the Tsushima formula, and it's a better polished and executed version of Tsushima, but it's still technically just a refinement of Tsushima, which just makes it a refinement. So it's not really a revolution. It's not that exciting compared to something totally fresh. And,
it's a Sony sequel curse. Like, this whole generation has been like that. I think only God of War Ragnarok was actually where I was like, whoa, I would argue this might be, for me, even better than the 2018 game, because it really added more than I anticipated going into it. While Spider-Man 2, Forbidden West, and now Ghost of Yotei, they were all iterating on what was already there.
Yeah, I agree. So interesting thing from a super chat from Let's Chat M with Jay was actually one of the topics I wanted to get into with you, Mr. Jor.
Sure.
Very generous $20 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I think it's true that short form video is a reason games don't last long. Even if good, attention spans are so low. Ghost of Yotei is amazing, but it's also already not talked about. Also, indie games being so good makes it even harder. And what he's alluding to what Let's Chat M with Jay is alluding to is a comment from Satya where he was discussing everything going down right now with their approach to Xbox. And what's interesting also is that I have the full quote pulled up here, so I'll read it for everybody in a moment. But what Satya Nadella said, speaking to TBPN, was very interesting, describing his overall approach and outlook on gaming as the head of Microsoft. He doesn't ever say Xbox in this entire interview. He just refers to it as gaming and their games business. Some people have read into that a lot. I think it's more just that Satya doesn't really think much of Xbox. It's just the wrapper for their gaming venture. But what he said was interesting when describing all of this. He said, and I'll just break this down real quick, then I'll get your response to it. So I'll start here. So to us, the way we are thinking about gaming is, first of all, we are now the largest publisher after the Activision deal. So therefore, quote, we want to be a fantastic publisher, similar to the approach of what we did with Office, or the Office suite of products. We're going to be everywhere on every platform. We want to make sure, whether it's consoles, whether it's the PC, whether it's mobile, whether it's cloud gaming or the TV. So we just want to make sure the games are being enjoyed by gamers everywhere. And second, we also want to do innovative work in the system side on console and PC. And it's kind of funny that people thinking about console, PC as two different things. We built the console because we wanted to build a better PC, which could then perform for gaming. And so I kind of want to revisit some of that conventional wisdom. But at the end of the day, console has an experience that's unparalleled, delivers performance that's unparalleled, that pushes, I think, the system forward. So I'm really, and this is what's really interesting, I'm really looking forward to the next console, the next PC gaming, but most importantly, the gaming business model has to be where we have to invent maybe some new interactive media as well. Because after all, gaming's competition is not other gaming. Gaming's competition is short form video. And so if we as an industry don't continue to innovate both how we produce, what we produce, how we think about distribution, the economic model, best way to innovate is to have good margins, because that's the way you can fund. Long story short, he views the current primary competitor in gaming not to be other people within the gaming space like PlayStation, but that they are competing with short form video, stealing people's time and attention away from what they would be doing in gaming. And so he wants to find new ways to, quote, invent new innovative ways, new interactive media to compete with short form video. And the only way he thinks they can do that is if they have good margins by charging more and doing all that so that they can fund some of those ventures. What do you think about Satya's outlook on gaming and how he sees all of this?
I think it's very interesting. I do want to quickly note that I do think the Let's Chat M with Jay super chat is, I'm not sure if it's like directly linked to this. My read on the super chat is more that he thinks that because short form is so popular, and that is of course, a video where you get a dopamine hit after watching like a 30-second video and then you go on to the next, that is maybe because why games are not lasting as long anymore in terms of the conversation. That's at least how I read it. I do think that that's an interesting take as well. But to answer the regarding the Xbox, I do believe it. I do believe overall that short form video is very impactful to any entertainment because it's so easy and it is so dopamine focused. And yeah, it's an algorithm feeding, like you don't have to think about it. I think a really big barrier for a lot of entertainment, even like a Netflix thing, is you have to make a sort of active decision to go play something or to go watch something. If you pick up your phone, in 1 second, the algorithm thinks, like, gives you a video. If you don't like it, in another second, you already are watching a different video, and the algorithm knows you very well, so can very quickly, get you hooked. And I think that is maybe what the Microsoft CEO is here talking about, that gaming kind of lacks that, and it's very, it's still, you really have to be active. And maybe if people come home after like working a lot and are very tired, it's maybe sometimes they would go and play a game, but now they're just on their couch and scrolling TikTok, and before you know it, it's 1 hour. You're already doing that for 1 hour, and then it's 2 hours before you go to bed. I'm gonna boot up. I'm gonna watch TikTok again. So I do think it's interesting to, if gaming can lower these barriers. One thing that's, for example, happening in China is, and I think that they are, in terms of technology, sometimes well ahead. Like what we're seeing, like a lot of the games that were already very popular in Asia are now coming here as well. And one of the things they are doing is instant gaming. So if you are in an app, and maybe in like what WhatsApp is for us or whatever, you also have games there, and you might be like, okay, that's probably your Candy Crush and stuff. But no, they're already doing the Honor of Kings variant, so the League of Legends variant. They made a specific version for that in a mobile app. So basically the barrier to entry to start up a game, you don't have to install anything, you don't have to download anything, you're good to go. The PlayStation Portal is another example. What Sony really saw with that device was, okay, if you share like the living room screen with your wife or with your girlfriend or your partner or whoever, that when they want to watch something, you cannot play the PlayStation anymore. But the Portal is a solution for that, because then you can remote play and still continue playing. So I think really what we're going to see in the next 5-10 years is just way more access points to games. And I do think that that's going to be very important. I do hope, and I do think that that's the fear from people, that games are not going to be changed because of that. That we are getting, I mean, mobile games already do that. Like, they know, okay, we have to make levels that you can complete in 1 minute or in 2 minutes. But I don't think that will like change for gaming. But I get that people are worried that, okay, will a game also go for the 30-second dopamine hit that short form video is doing? But yeah, we still have books, we still have movies. Although also with movies, I'm not sure if you heard that. Like, I talked to some people, before going to the movie, they look at how long the movie is, and they're like, oh, 2 hours, I'm not gonna watch that. I cannot sit still for 2 hours and not look on my phone. That worries me. That does worry me. So yeah, I do think there are many interesting parts to this. I do think gaming is still what we're seeing with the games we were talking about, launching in a busy week with other releases, with like your audience, having basically the same audience for your game and another game. It will hurt your success. So I still think the timing of gamers and people that do actually want to play a lot of games, that is still very important. So I would not say that short form video is probably the biggest competitor with gaming, but I do think I do think looking at, if you maybe look at people that played a lot of games 5 years ago and what their media consumption is now, maybe their amount of media they consume per day is still the same, but now 50% is short form video, something that was not a thing in their life 5 years ago. And yeah, that I do think that has taken away from the time they would have spent on games. So I do get, if you look at it that way, where he is coming from overall. So those are kind of my thoughts if I think about what he's saying.
Well, what I thought was interesting about it as well is that this is not the first time somebody's said this type of thing. Actually, Sean Layden back in December of 2024 said the exact same thing, saying that the games industry was losing the next generation to TikTok. Did a whole interview with Newsweek about it. And the sentiment is basically the same. And it's, the comments from Satya went viral initially because it sounds very, very out of touch, because it sounds like it's suggesting that people are not buying maybe like Game Pass Ultimate, or they're not buying the $80 whatever video game because they're scrolling TikTok instead. But what they're fundamentally just saying is that amongst especially the younger generation, if you look at the hours in their day compared to 5 years ago, the average person that's in the younger generation is spending an hour, 2 hours maybe, doom scrolling every single day, just watching short form stuff, whether it's Instagram, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, whatever. And that directly interferes with time that they would have historically been spending on games and other things and product offerings. So Microsoft's solution so far seems to be to get on every platform. So if you're on your phone and you're making the choice between scrolling on Instagram or boot up xCloud and play a game, they want to be able to just be an option for you. And then he also describes wanting to create innovative experiences that can maybe compete with short form, so people choose to play games in some form or another elsewhere. And I think it's easy to conflate one thing or another. Like when he says gaming, for Satya and all of these executives, they aren't just describing console games or big RPGs and stuff. What they're describing also is like King and all of their mobile games. And so he's also thinking about games like Candy Crush. How does Candy Crush compete with short form content and stuff like that? So it's not, as hilariously stupid as it sounds at first glance, but it's part of the discourse, and part of what's going on behind the scenes is these executives are trying to find ways to compete with what they think is the real existential threat to gaming, which is that customers are going to fall off. Now, what I find really, really funny and somewhat ironic about all of this is that the sentiment that Satya is pushing is effectively suggesting that there is a hesitance or maybe a barrier for gaming, because like you said, for some of this content, you have to make an active choice. You have to actively choose to watch this movie on Netflix, or to buy this game or play it, or even if it's Game Pass, you're sitting down to commit to play it, versus TikTok or YouTube Shorts, where it's just served to you. It's elective content versus kind of directed content. And so he's trying to find a way to get over that hump of people not wanting to even think about what they're consuming. They just want it served to them. But what I find so bizarre about this is that he says the solution is to create innovative products, and the only way to do that is to have high margins to be able to spend on innovating stuff. So the way he increases margins is by raising prices on everything. So your solution to a barrier to entry for gaming is to literally raise a price level to higher, which is increasing the barrier to entry. Like, part of the reason people like short form stuff and that content is because it's free. If you just need to kill 20 minutes, you can just scroll TikTok. It's free. Yeah, they'll show you ads, but it's not that big of a deal. But on the other side, for some of these offerings, like, I don't want to pay $30 for Game Pass Ultimate. I don't want to spend $80 for this game or that game. I'll just doom scroll instead, or I'll just go and stream Netflix instead or whatever. And I think that that's a component of this that's just not considered at all.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. It feels overall as if that they are, trying to get more out of the people that are still around and that do still engage a lot with gaming, by raising that is what is happening right now. I listened to a podcast with Matt Piscatella, the guy from Circana who collects all the US gaming data for all the sales and how the industry is doing. And basically, he expected the industry to be down versus the previous year, but because everyone is raising prices, like, there's not more demand for gaming, but the gaming industry is making more money. So it really feels like they're going to the people that are still around and trying to wring them dry a bit more, which is what Microsoft is doing with Game Pass as well. That they made the calculation. Okay, we're going to $30. We are going to lose X amount of people, but we know the hardcore people will upgrade, and that will be in the end worth it for us. I think it's overall it's overall very interesting where this is overall going. But
I think it's just we're at a point where there's a lot of big red flags in the industry, and to be fair, this has happened many other times. So like, for example, back in 2013, 2014, all of the industry analysts, all the guys that are currently ringing alarm bells about short form content stealing attention away, they were also saying that like mobile games are the future. In 10 years, nobody will be playing games on consoles. It'll all be mobile devices. Everything's going to be cloud streamed to your phones. And now we can obviously see that wasn't the case. Mobile grew and is still an element of the gaming business, but the console side stayed and PC gamers stayed. And I think it'll probably end up being something similar. But I think what Satya is doing now is they've just realized if you've not given up on console gaming, at least on Xbox, and if you've not given up on Game Pass at this point, you probably aren't going to. And so they can continue to raise prices and you're just going to take it. Like, you'll complain about it, you'll be frustrated about it, but you're still going to buy those games. You're still going to play them because this is your hobby and they've got you hooked, you know? Using all sorts of excuses, you know, it's inflation, it's this or that, but it's ultimately at the end of the day, I think just an opportunity to capitalize on price hikes. And it echoes another element which has been brought up for the last couple of years, which is that the games industry's growth has slowed significantly to a crawl. And it used to be that the games industry would grow like a solid 5% every year, 6% every year. It's getting bigger, more people are coming in, fresh people are coming in, and that's not really continued to happen. In fact, the exact quote, which is why it's funny because you said almost exactly the same thing. Sean Layden said in this Newsweek interview, he said, quote, "Even when you hear that gaming revenue went up 23% during the pandemic, it wasn't from new people necessarily. It was more money from the same people. And this existential threat I talked about when I'm meeting with developers and publishers, that you're just getting more money off the same people. It's a business model I understand and you understand, and that's fine, but we're not growing the next generation. We're losing the next generation to TikTok." And I think that is a sentiment which is echoed across many of these executives, of course, but it is a bigger problem when you are looking at the data, because it's not just about you and me and the people watching and listening to a gaming podcast in their free time. It's also about the more casual audience, of whom there are many, many more. And those people are choosing much more frequently to go with these live service games where they're either free to play or they buy them once a year and then they're updated throughout the year with free content after that. Like, that's where those people are gravitating towards. And it's not to say they won't eventually swing back or they won't mature out of that and go and play different types of games or become hardcore MMO players or something. But as of right now, all the trends are pointing in this direction that they need to have some new offering to compete with these other platforms, which is freaking them out. So
yeah, for sure. I mean, at one point you cannot continue to grow like we used to. I mean, that happened with every entertainment industry. That I think that's what they call the industry is maturing, and that kind of means that this is the pie. It's not gonna get bigger. So everyone will be fighting for the same pieces.
Except interestingly, the one pie that is growing consistently is PC gaming. Like, that seems to be, while console is stagnating or shrinking in some instances, PC gaming is growing.
Because console is because at this point in the life cycle for PS5 or PS4 and Xbox One, Xbox would still be doing pretty well. So the PlayStation is close to the PS4. But Xbox is significantly below the Xbox One at this point. And what another interesting wrinkle also to this is sure, Nintendo is still doing really well, but they first had the DS and their home console, and it's now one platform. So sure, there were people double dipping, but on the other hand, it's also less than what it was if you combine the two numbers they had. So I do think overall that the console, that probably some people that are still playing on console have moved to PlayStation or to PC. So I would still argue it's probably the same pie that we're looking at. But I mean, on the other hand, everyone is getting older as well, have more disposable income. That's what they've been seeing, and console gaming in particular is getting, more people from that have more money to spend are in the console or like interested in the console business or are engaging with that. I saw a report as well where people that are because that's of course the funny thing. Gaming is still a pretty young medium, but people keep playing games and there are new gamers coming in, so that is at least a good thing. But right now there will be a point where the people that did not have a lot of time playing games because they had kids, there will be a point where those kids are moving out. So you would think at one point have a group of people that are still playing games for the first time, but do not have the kids in the house anymore. So it will be interesting to see if that will have an interesting impact on gaming.
Like an older generation with more expendable income.
Exactly, yeah.
My fear, it seems like Star Citizen has those guys on lockdown. I'm gonna be real. Seems like a lot of them went over there. Sorry. Excuse me.
I think I'm not sure if I pronounced it right. Sabrian. Yor, did you see what Monster Hunter Wilds just sold 160K in the second quarter? Yeah, it's really interesting. I think they announced 10 million in a very short time, and the game is still at 10.7 million. So that game really again, I am curious to see the other games as well, but it really seems that a trend this year is people for these big franchises, you have your fan base, they show up day one. And while normally in Assassin's Creed or other big brands, they just keep selling. Also, another issue, of course, with this generation is that, the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, like especially the Series now, is $650 if you want to get a regular Xbox Series. So there are the people that would normally come in at the $300 mark, they're not coming in either. So I do think usually when those people come in, they will buy the games that they missed out on. So I do think that hurts some of the longevity of some of these games as well. But Monster Hunter Wilds, of course, I do think a more unique story in that they really kind of botched that in terms of PC performance and making it way too casual.
Yeah, I think it just fell off really quickly. The word of mouth plummeted as well. But I think you're right. A lot of people are getting into these games, and they don't seem to have massive tails. There's some games that just keep going up and up and up, but a lot of the big games this year seem to have the initial spike, and then people just kind of move on to the next focus. And it might just be that this year is a particularly good year. There's lots of games to buy, and so people have plenty to choose from, and so they don't have a lot of money sitting around to go back and buy up some of those games that they were more iffy on, because you might have been passively interested in Monster Hunter Wilds and not picked it up at launch, but now you see a 10% sale and you're like, that's not that compelling. I'll go do something else. Outer Worlds 2 just launched, or Silent Hill F just launched. I'll go play one of those. So it might just be that it's such a good year that there's just plenty of other games, but with a number like 10 million, it might also very well just be that everybody who wanted the game bought it, and anybody that's left over is already kind of just like, I'm good. I'm sitting on the sideline. So, you won't hear them complaining about 10 million units sold. They probably would like it if it was 15, but 10 million is still a ridiculous number to sell of any game. So,
Yeah, but usually these Monster Hunter games sell a lot over time. It's crazy, but
I think a lot, at least from what I've heard, it's anecdotal, but from what I've heard of like the 2 people I know that didn't buy it at launch, they're waiting for basically the Iceborne equivalent.
That would be important.
Yeah, which at that point, hopefully it comes with performance fixes and stuff, and then it'll be worth it. But
probably.
Yeah, I think that's a component of it.
Awesome.
Anywho.
Yeah, I'm seeing. I do think that there might be. If people have some questions or want to insert things in the chat, let us know. I thought maybe of a fun, but I do see sometimes the comments where. But I like having like a more business focused podcast in general. But I get where people are. Or at least talking about me, mostly curious about how games are performing. But I'm just very intrigued by the gaming business next to playing games myself, of course. So I would be interested in looking at the 2026 calendar, throwing some games up there and thinking if we think they will do well.
I always find it interesting too. I always want to avoid some of the. Like there's this trend and desire among some subsets of the industry, I think, where a lot of the discourse turns into like the Ghost of Yotei thing is like particularly perturbing to me, where I'm like, it by definition it did not flop, and if we're starting to like discuss and the questions are all, how badly did it do? Did it flop? Like we're starting with the presumption that it should have flopped or needed to flop or that you wanted it to flop. And it's like, no, like this is all kind of ridiculous in my view. Like, why are we that concerned over this failure or that failure? And usually it's because there's some secondary issue at the core of it. It's that people want it to be an example or made an example of. They want it to fail for one reason or another. And I think a lot of the time it turns into people kind of bending things to try and support their preconceived conclusions as opposed to just looking at what the data, would suggest when it comes to the performance of the games. Ultimately, if you're a fan of the gaming industry, we should all be rooting for games to be successful.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Make money.
100%.
And if there's weak points, we can look at those and maybe warn them about it before it's too late, because many of these games problems could be, I think, avoided if they did not make some pretty basic mistakes. But
exactly, yeah, for sure. I totally agree.
But speaking of some of these games that are coming out next year, just to get a rundown on some of these that I think are a little more interesting and some of the biggest titles launching.
I mean, we can also look at like what are we expecting from them. Obviously, we want to do a bigger 2026 show, but I think it already feels like we're kind of at the end of the big release, so it might be fun to already look ahead a bit.
Yeah, I think. Maybe first question of the biggest games releasing in the first chunk of 2026. Of course, we have GTA 6, Resident Evil Requiem, Crimson Desert, and 007. Of these, obviously, I think GTA 6 is sort of the Titanic behemoth that is going to perform very well. I don't want to say necessarily no matter what, but it's pretty damn close to no matter what. It's just so massive.
It could be it's like similar to Cyberpunk that still did very, very well, but it's then the word of mouth. So if the game is not as good for whatever reason, it will hurt the longevity. Like GTA 5 is at 150 or even more million right now. That is something that game will then not reach.
Yeah.
But no, I would be shocked. But that's why any sort of small glitch or anything that could stop that game from being the ceiling it can hit. I don't even there is a ceiling for that game, but it's very, very high. If there's something that could stop them from reaching that, I do think they will delay it. So that's why it's gonna be interesting. I think the 007 game is a very interesting one, because yeah, it's a James Bond game. We've not seen that for some time. There's no like the movie franchise has been kind of quiet as well. Obviously, it's IO Interactive, but they do seem to go really overboard in terms of budget and for a studio like that, because the Hitman games, they really iterated on those, and I don't think the development cycle was that long. They easily made a profit, I think, on those. I do think they're going really next level with 007. There's like rumors that Lana Del Rey will record a song for the theme song for that game.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. That's gonna cost them a lot. And
good luck.
Yeah, I mean, I hope it performs well, but that is an interesting title where we are hearing like only really Sony games seem to get away with like the pure single player linear type of situation, and I'm curious if 007. I think that the length is gonna be very important, because Mafia also I do think it hurt it that not being what people maybe were expecting. I don't think they should have gone the Mafia 3 route, obviously, but yeah, it was fine for what it was. But I do think if 007 hits the Mafia levels in terms of performance and sales, it's not going to be good for them. So I'm going to be really curious to see. I'm really looking forward to the game, because Uncharted is nowhere to be seen. I loved the older James Bond titles as well. I'm not so sure about Bond himself yet, but I did see some other characters that I thought were awesome. The story seems interesting, and having like next to the linear set piece moments, having the like kind of Hitman target assassination where you can do different, or you can basically approach the situation in different ways. I do hope that means that there's more replayability than you would expect from a game like this.
Yeah, I fully suspect that this. I think what they're gonna do. How do I say this? When I was out at the studio and I asked them like, what's the goal in terms of like additional stories and additional content? Because obviously like World of Assassination and Hitman games just in general, they've built those around DLC and around additional content and building out additional maps and levels. And with 007, it seems to me like it's kind of just a natural fit to add in additional missions and stuff through DLC, where you could continue the story on before doing like a sequel or something. And they wouldn't give me a firm answer, but they said in their traditional, Danish, very soft-spoken way, well, obviously there are many opportunities for additional stories, and we would love to explore those, and that's absolutely what we're looking at.
There was an interview where they said that they wanted to make this a trilogy, so I do think they might go work on like a second game faster. We will see.
I think that would put it probably early in the PlayStation 6 generation. That could let them crank some dials up.
But still PS5.
Yeah, still do cross-gen stuff.
Still cross-gen, yeah.
So I think like I personally expect them to do DLC to probably not as aggressively as Hitman, but I do expect them to do that type of thing. Lengthwise, I'm not expecting anything crazy. I mean, I kind of get the impression it's probably on the shorter side. I'm not expecting like 30, 40 hours or anything like that.
No, but it's not needed. I think 15 would be great with like replayable missions. If the missions are actually replayable, I do think they are, right?
Yeah, I agree, and I think they could do all sorts of things with like added challenge bonuses and stuff, where you could replay missions with different modifiers and increase the challenge that way. Which they suggested they were going to do. So I think that there's lots they could do here. But yeah, I think 007 could easily be one of the more interesting ones for early next year to see how they pull it off. But one of the biggest questions right now, of course, is with performance. And I got to ask you, do you think they stick with the launch window in March, or do you think this gets delayed?
Maybe if GTA is delayed again, that is the thing, and I'm not sure about their financial year, but that's also of course another wrinkle to the whole March situation, where that's the end of many companies' financial year, and yeah, this is really launching in the final day of that financial year, on March 27, I think it is, right? So, I do think they're probably going to hit it. I think performance is always interesting. It is like that was the Gamescom demo, and like they are using this half a year to polish. I think if we see a Game Awards trailer where we still see these performance issues, and Lana Del Rey will likely perform there, that's my prediction. Then I do think we should worry, but I don't think that's the case yet. I think they will probably be fine. Like usually when you play a game at Summer Game Fest or before E3 and that would come out in October, you would maybe have some issues, but the October version would be way better. Maybe the demo they showed was already outdated. I'm not really worried yet. I think if we are closer to launch and we see the same issues, then I think we should have the alarm bells going off.
And the one point of I guess a word of comfort I would offer to people is that this is like the one point of major concern people have had with what they've seen is just performance. People are like, looks awesome, maybe fix some of those frame drops, because there's the one point in the plane where
you move the things around.
Yeah, the cargo starts shifting and the game just goes, oh, like you can practically feel it. It's cool. It's badass. And like genuinely really, really cool to see. It gives Uncharted vibes in the strongest way and in the best way. But it's definitely something where you hope that they can polish that up. But they know it. I mean, it's the one clear mandate they have right now. So I'm hopeful that they can pull it off and make those improvements. And I mean, knowing what they are capable of, I think that they absolutely could have something really special on their hands here. It's just a matter of that execution and all this. I also think that 007 just in general will have a lot of mass market appeal, especially if they pair it with some of the Amazon stuff that they're doing with the show. Now that Amazon owns the rights to all of it, I think that they could do all sorts of really cool stuff with this game and market the crap out of it. Like the of course having the original song produced to market the game will help. There's also, I'm suspecting they might even do an official Omega partnership, and as a guy that really likes watches, I like the idea of like a special edition Omega
with
just
a laser
for this, with a laser built in, or a bomb or something. They could do all sorts of stuff.
That would be pretty cool.
It comes with a bomb built in.
One-time use.
Like, whose idea was this? Yeah, no returns. And I mean, if people don't know IOI, like the games they make, not necessarily publish, but the games they make have a lot of replay value. They tend to be a really good value and just all sorts of crazy dynamics and stuff. It's just, they know what they're doing. So I think they're the perfect developers for this. One of the other ones that we have to discuss going on from that, and this one is one that it's a huge question mark to me. Okay?
Yeah, I know which one you're gonna say.
I'm wondering if
can you ride a Raptor?
No, but that also I'm curious about.
Oh, okay.
It's more of an amorphous, bland 2026 just question mark one. Fable. Do you think Fable actually launches next year at all, or do you think it still is just like somewhere mysterious?
Look, what we already saw this year with Xbox, and for example, today it's the launch of Outer Worlds 2. Last week they had Ninja Gaiden 4. In a few weeks they have Call of Duty. They have so many games, and we already know Forza Horizon 6. We already know Halo. We already probably know Gears for next year. And Bethesda's probably gonna do something. Activision will have their titles. I really think they don't need it. I think they can hold off, but then it has to be like early 2027. I want them to take their time. I do think there are enough games. Like I saw people talk about Clockwork Revolution. I would be shocked if that's not next year, actually, looking at the trailer we got. But my perfect world would be that the Xbox Showcase in June ends with like a Fable deep dive, and then it's like October or something. But that would be perfect. But I think they're gonna give it to Gears or something. Like they have so many games. If they're looking across their portfolio and because then you also have Playground Games basically launching 2 big titles at around the same time with Forza Horizon as well. So I think they're gonna delay it again. I don't see it happen.
I suspect you may be right too, because I think one of the biggest problems, and it's funny because it's such an opposite problem to what they had not that long ago actually. Xbox has really struggled to make game releases like an actual moment, like a beat. Because there's certain games where they come out and it's a moment, like it's a moment in the industry. The launch of The Last of Us Part 2, for better or worse, was a moment, and we all remember that moment. Same with like big games that are kind of transformational, like a Breath of the Wild, or hell, even some games like Fallout 4. I remember
Elden
that
Ring.
moment. Elden Ring.
There are games on that level, but I would still argue because Sony has 2 games this year, Death Stranding 2 and Yote, they were more moments because we're all waiting for the next PlayStation Studio logo type game. And with Xbox, it's like, we just had Doom: The Dark Ages and Oblivion remaster and South of Midnight. But look at this next shiny thing, and they're like, dude, I'm still playing it. What the heck?
Yeah, and I think that's part of it, where it's just there is so much that they have that they just have to, the moment they launch something, they kind of dump it and move on to the next thing. And like, when you boot up the Xbox app on the PC and like it boots up and it has the artwork for whatever the current game is, and like you'll boot it up 1 week and it's themed around Doom. And then like a few days go by and then it's all themed around like Call of Duty because they had some trailer launch. Then the next few days it's themed around South of Midnight because that just came out. And then it's just constantly changing. But I think it's because it's just representative in general of how they have so much stuff that it's even maybe at times too much. And I don't think they've gotten the pacing down for it.
No, I don't think they will. I do think they will do a big like sweep at one point, sadly, and maybe look at the performance for the games this year and then be like, Double Fine, okay, you're gonna make another game that everyone forgets about in one day, and you see some like gaming press talk about it, and then it has like 70 concurrent players on Steam, and that's it. Maybe it made a profit because it probably was not a really expensive game, but I like the whole we have to fill out Game Pass so we have releases. That strategy does not seem to go well anymore.
I think they just need like a steady release schedule. If it's like once a month they have something big, that I think works better. What seemed to have happened back in like, I think it was March, April, and May, where they just started dumping so much stuff out of nowhere, and then they didn't have much for the next handful of months. My theory, and this is what Lash was asking about, we got the report that Call of Duty lost $300 million by going to Game Pass, and that was all bundled in the previous fiscal year. And I believe the reporting period that they were analyzing ended in May, at the end of May. So it seems to me like Xbox started frantically releasing stuff once they realized how much money was lost through Call of Duty, and they started pushing stuff out before the end of their fiscal year so that it would make the numbers look less god-awful by having some successes in the form of Oblivion remastered, South of Midnight, everything else that they had, Doom. So I think that's part of why they rush things out, is kind of a special scenario, special case. But yeah, I think that's a piece of it. One of these, so one of these other ones, of course, I see people asking about real quick. Of course, Resident Evil Requiem, currently slated for February 27th. That is, I think, pretty well locked in. I think that's going to launch on that day, and I don't think that's moving or anything. I think that's just going to be another one of those
bangers.
Yeah, it just, I I have heard, and it's been suggested many times, so it's not even that novel, but I've heard that there is a lot more to that game than we've seen. Like, we've seen pretty small, narrow slivers of it, little bitty looks, and it already looks really good. But there's a lot more to that game than we've seen. So, yeah, who knows if they'll show it or if they wait for launch. But yeah, there's a lot more to that game, and I think that's probably going to just be crazy.
Yeah, and that came out of the Capcom news as well, where Resident Evil 7 is selling 1 million every year. It's like people are just picking that up. It's like, wow. Yeah, so these games have a long tail as well. So, yeah, it's gonna. I mean, Capcom is doing really well. Like that they have like a big title like this every early part of the year. Last year was of course Dragon's Dogma, and yeah, this year Wilds. Next year Resident Evil. Probably next year they will have the expansion for Monster Hunter. You would think they're really on a roll there. And no, I think yeah, this Resident Evil game. These titles are sadly not for me. I'm too scared. I just can't. But I'm happy for people.
They don't play that well in the
Resident
bathtub.
Evil 4.
Yeah.
No, they don't. No, then I drop my Portal or ROG.
Yeah, not great bathtub.
No, it's not gonna be good.
Well, I mean, following the same vein, talking about great bathtub games, Crimson Desert. Do you think this one launches at for one, the window that they're expecting it to, but also I'm just curious, how do you think this one is received in the mass market? Do you think that this pops off? Do you think it struggles to communicate itself to players? What do you think this one's going to be received like?
I think it's gonna do very well, because it just like that where, for example, I think 007 might feel maybe like a smaller game. This game feels like I can't believe this is real. Like, I do think a lot of the games that have done very well in the last few years are these titles where you want to feel like you're playing a next gen or something, like a new IP that you with mechanics that you've not seen before. And every time, like, there are a lot of games where they show the first trailer and then every time you see a new trailer and they're the same trailers. With Crimson Desert, it's like they got like an endless pile of stuff that they can show, and every time the developers are like, "Oh, this is a small part of the game." Like, so I think the imagination of people is like running wild, and I do think some games kind of miss that. Borderlands 4, you know what you're gonna get, and that is what you got.
Yeah.
Assassin's Creed, the same thing, and Ghost of Yotei, the same thing. So with this game, it's like, there's way more. Flying a dragon is not crazy enough. Well, we have a mech too, and we have this and this, and they probably have not shown all the mounts we can use. I think it's really gonna be important that the review scores are good, because that is, I think, the only thing where, yeah, it's a not a known franchise, and I do still think if it gets like a 6 from IGN or something, because it tries too many things and it's too ambitious, and that there will still
be too much water. Yeah.
Yeah. or then it will be the Dragon's Dogma situation. I remember the hype for Dragon's Dogma 2 was very high as well, but they kind of fumbled that too by the PC performance was not great. They had the weird microtransaction thing. Like, if they don't make these kinds of mistakes, I do think Crimson Desert could be very, 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 very big, and at least a very weird, special experience where we've been talking about games that will probably be forgotten about or like not really talked about for 2 weeks, because you have seen everything in 2 weeks. I think this game, if it's really as ambitious and big as it seems, I do think you will see clips of it like a month after launch where people found a crazy way to take out the dragon and to do this and I'm really expecting a lot from this. But it's really up to the developers to release a polished product, and because even if it's not for everyone, I do think the people that will like it will enjoy it, and I do think people want to give it a shot because it just looks very cool and it looks new. It's exciting. I do think this could be a big moment, but the March 19 date, like, I'm expecting the Black Flag remake to launch somewhere around there too. Like I am worried that date being one day before Saros, like you will lose some PlayStation hardcore fans that would maybe otherwise have played it. 007 the week after. Like I do think the release date is not fully ideal for a game that a lot of people I think want to give a chance.
Yeah. Well, and I think you're right, but I think you tapped into something really crucial, which is just players are longing for something like really exciting and something that feels like you used the term next generation. And I think it's that paired with like the sense of excitement and amazement. Like I remember playing Expedition 33 earlier this year, and the moment where I just casually stumbled upon like the vertical only up mini game puzzle thing where it's just like, yeah, try to climb and platform your way to the top of this. And it was just like that. They just casually dropped that in here. Like they didn't have to, but it's here. Like that's insane. That's crazy. That's so cool. Is that going to make like quantifiable difference on the quality of the overall game? No, but it's the fact that they had that extra stuff there that I think people found so exciting and impressive. And I think with Crimson Desert, they have a chance to achieve something similar where it's just like, oh dude, I went over here and I found this thing and I saw this, and there's just so much more. There's a hidden boss fight in there. If that type of thing is actually in the game, it could be really, really exciting. Now, the one point of frustration I've heard people mention about it so far is people expressing like frustration with the fact that the game's advertising so far has been centered around a handful, like 4 or 5 main boss fights, and we've seen some of the like larger sieges and stuff like that. But what you'll actually be spending most of your time doing, we haven't really seen a lot of examples of that, like just general exploration, what story missions will look like outside of like big story beat moments, fighting giant golden dragons and stuff. What does it look like for the 95% of gameplay time where you're not doing this type of thing? And I think that's a valid question to bring up. But they also have many months left. And what I do have to give them a ton of credit for is that lots of games like this that look too good to be true, they just kind of sit on that and then keep it mysterious, and then you play it and then you realize it's too good to be true. With this game, they know people feel that way and they continue to just show more and more and more and more of it.
Yeah, these Asian developers are great with that, like Phantom Blade Zero, another example. It just shows up everywhere, and that game is actually real as well.
Yeah, and so they're like, oh, you don't believe us? Check it out. And in many cases, they're like, play it. Go and try it at one of these big conventions or big media events or whatever. And I think that's the best way to do it. And so even though we may be frustrated, we haven't seen like story details yet, there's still
and even if the story is not good, I would not really care in a game like this. It's kind of like the Breath of the Wild situation where it's like, yeah.
Does not seem to be the focus of a game like this. Yeah. You're not playing Crimson Desert for tear-jerking motion capture. One I got to ask you about, and you already alluded to it. I mean, I got to ask you. I don't have gameplay footage of this one to pull up, unfortunately.
Okay, I know which one. That's Assassin's Creed Hexe.
Assassin's Creed Hexe, yeah. The Black Flag remake. I got to ask, the Horizon multiplayer game.
Oh, wow.
Do you think, because now it looks like Marathon is probably probably early next year for like an official launch. Maybe they shove it out in November. I'd be surprised at that, but
no.
Like it's probably early next year.
February.
Yeah, I think that probably is safe, like early February. So then Sony is then sitting on 2 Horizon multiplayer games because they also have the big like NCSoft MMO thing.
Yeah, the mobile game. That's a mobile game, I think.
Or a mobile game, okay. So they're still sitting on that. They have Saros. They have some other stuff. Wolverine for next fall. Like, is there a window where the Horizon game sits, or do they push it to next year? Or 27, I guess.
There is. I do think there's a window, like summer window, which would be safe, I think, for them. I really think it's a matter of time where any state of play, and I've been saying it for 2 years already, but it's crazy. I mean, that game director on LinkedIn, he crossed the 8 years now on this project. Come on.
Jesus, dude. 8 years. This better be good. Can you imagine working on anything for 8 years and it's still not announced? Like
7 years, 9 months. He's on. Horizon Zero Dawn was in development for 7 years. Going from Killzone to Horizon. So that was, of course, a huge undertaking. I don't know, man. But I think the marathon is gonna be very interesting. But then also hearing all the fair game stuff where the directors are leaving, and I'm shocked that that's still going. But they don't really have a lot of other things, and they still want to try, and I get why, because that is really Sony's weakness right now. Like, they have Helldivers, but they want an even bigger live service title, because I mean, they are looking at Ghost of Yotei. That is their biggest title, and then yeah, you could argue the 2 million that they're selling now, that's, yeah, they made some profit, but it's gonna end. Having one of those per year, that is what the cadence they can do with the quality that they're going after. It's not a lot. It's not, if you look at Helldivers 2 already is close, I think, to selling like 18 million or something. It's selling a lot, and mostly on PC. So they still see a market there, and then they get the Battlefield numbers, and that game sold 8 million or something, or 6 million in a few days. And they're ranking in the Season 1 money now. So Sony wants to keep trying, but like, I have no faith in what they're doing, and I hope the Horizon game is different. But
yeah, dude, I mean, because I can't even imagine how much money they've spent on the Horizon game at this point, but they're going to keep throwing stuff out there. Marathon, the new recent playtests, the leaks coming out of it sound fairly positive, and I'm sure they've made a lot of improvements, but like, what are the odds that it sells 18 million copies? Like, probably not that high. And same with like this Horizon game, what are the odds that that sells 10 million copies? Probably not that high. I mean, it's possible, but like, I mean, knowing PlayStation, they're going to release it on May 26th, and then be surprised when everybody's playing GTA 6 instead, and it's just going to play out the same way it kind of always does with them.
I mean, the thing is, if you like that's what we of course heard from Sucker Punch. They're a small studio, 150 people, like Guerrilla Games. If I click here on LinkedIn, it says, let's see.
It's like 800, isn't it?
No. Guerrilla Games is not 800, but it's 300 or something. And they have like the most expensive building in Amsterdam here. Like, they need to launch something, because the last thing that actually made money for them is, I think, Forbidden West, or maybe the DLC in 2022. And if they're doing 2 big projects, yeah. They want to get it out before the PS7, so time PS6.
I would
time
hope,
is running out.
I hope so before the PS7.
Yeah. So time is running out. On the other hand, though, like, Sony could launch nothing next year and rank in the 30% from GTA 6 and still make bank. So they're in an interesting position.
I mean, honest question though.
They should not rest on their laurels.
Do you think that this Horizon game would have been given this much time if Herman were not the one in charge? Like, if you think Sean Layden were in charge, do you think the Horizon game would have been given? Because it seems to me like they've been given as much time as they need, because 8 years seems wild to me, especially for a team that otherwise is able to put out pretty well performing commercial stuff.
Yeah, but it's of course 8 years. Probably he came in the online game director with like a small concept team. I mean, I think they really started working on it after Forbidden West in 2021, or was it 20? I always forget. Like, Elden Ring was in 2022. So Forbidden West came out in 2022. Then they still, like a sizable team, did the DLC in 2023. So I do think that the sizable team had formed in 2022, 2023. So if you look at it that way, I'm not sure what that online game director was doing all that time, but I mean, the leaks we saw, the lady with the pirate leg, and that was from 2021, I think. But yeah, I would say it has been like in full production for a few years now. So that still gives them, I guess, some time. Like I like Herman might be, obviously, like he still is in the Amsterdam studio. We know that from interviews. So he travels a lot, but his office is still there. I do think it obviously helps. But on the other hand, he has to perform in the live service market, and I do think it might be the biggest bet they have next to Marathon.
Yeah.
It's not going to be Fair Games. It's not going to be...
Well, and I mean, to be fair to them,
Yeah, so-
it is an accomplished studio, and it, in terms of like likelihood of success, I mean, we meme on it and joke about it because it's fun to poke fun at, but I do think that there is a world, especially with Monster Hunter Wilds kind of plateauing. I do think there's a world in which this could launch and find some success. I think that unfortunately, there's a couple of core components where people will judge this very quickly in sort of a knee-jerk reaction way. Just personally, I think if the art style is really seen as like cringy or you know, they call it the bean mouth, where it's like the modern Pixar design of characters. If it's like that, I think immediately it's memed into oblivion and people will mock it and tear it apart. And it sucks that you can work on something for almost a decade and it can be torn apart because the art design is seen as cringy. But there's that. I think like even something as simple as the dialogue within the initial trailer, if it's seen as like cringy or this like, you know, Marvel-esque writing, that can also like cause it to immediately be cast aside. Because in a lot of these games, especially live service games, it's not just about the game itself, it's also about the sort of social positioning of the game, because you're not just trying to convince one person to play it, you're trying to convince a friend group to play it. You're trying to create something that's fun and communal. And if something's seen as cringy or uncool, it's much harder to get people to go and try it, especially if it's a premium product, which this almost certainly will be. So they really have to nail that first trailer. They really gotta nail that.
Yeah, or do like a different approach where, okay, we're launching the trailer, you can immediately play it so you can see for yourself. I do think they have to change that approach. I mean, didn't they do that for Marathon? I do think they did that for Marathon as well, right? Where you could very quickly play the
I think
alpha.
was it that initial one where they had everybody sign NDAs and you weren't going to be allowed to talk about your playtest, and then they walked that back when people were like iffy on some of the gameplay that was shown, and so then they released people from the NDA from that initial playtest, and then
that all happened this year, man. It feels so long ago.
Yeah, too, for real. I'm sure for them it feels.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and then the whole art situation. Oh man, no,
They've had
that's
a
gonna
long
be
year.
an interesting story next year, Bungie, because Destiny, man, ooh, it's the lowest it has ever been in terms of popularity.
Yeah, they really need Marathon to pop off. But yeah, so the Horizon Online game, that's gonna be fascinating to see. I guess maybe the last one we can circle to before we call it. Ubisoft's got a lot of stuff lined up for next year. They just did a bunch of big sweeping corporate moves, of course, with Vantage Studios, pushing Mac out. And now they're priming themselves to release, allegedly next year, the Black Flag remake and AC Hexe maybe next year as well. And possibly even AC Invictus next year as well. So
and Ghost Recon. I think Ghost Recon is probably gonna launch next year too.
And Ghost Recon, possibly the remake of
Splinter
Prince
Cell
of Persia.
that lost the game there, or Splinter Cell's further off. That seems to be going through some trouble. Prince of Persia should still launch in the first 3 months of the year.
Yeah, it should be done allegedly.
What the heck? Yeah, crazy.
There's that. They also potentially will have like a trailer or something for Far Cry. Like they should have a ton of stuff ready to go. So how do you see the next 12 months for Ubisoft playing out? Do you think that they start to, like, in a year, do you think we're talking about Ubisoft kickstarting a resurgence? Like, wow, they actually are pulling this off. Do you think that they're still just as much of the punching bag of the industry as they've been for the last year or so? Like, where do you think we'll be November of next year?
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. I think Hexe will be super important for them because that is the game that people that are not liking the current direction of Assassin's Creed are kind of holding on to, because that should be the fresh wind. It should be more linear, more story-driven, more cutscenes. The motion capture has been a big discussion in the community, with the RPGs kind of being way bigger, so you only have the motion capture scenes at the start and at the end. I really hope that game delivers. That's gonna be very important for them, because it also feels like Assassin's Creed is just not as big as it once was. When we hear the Alinea Analytics, and I mean, they are doing estimates, but they have shown that their estimates are pretty close to reality. Them saying that Ghost of Yotei sold more in 3 weeks than Shadows already on PlayStation, that's not good. That's really bad, actually. So yeah, they have some work to do. I personally think that Black Flag is gonna do very well, and that might. I think playing Black Flag will be like, wow, Ubisoft and cool stories and cutscenes. I miss these days. It's like, what? I'm actually engaged. I'm actually like looking forward to this next scene. I think it's gonna be very interesting what they do with the gameplay. But I have faith that they will improve it, because it needs improvement. I'm really in the camp where we need the newer gameplay. The old gameplay, go back to that. It's not good. It's really not good. So I do think that will be very important for them, and that might also, because Ubisoft is very responsive. I would not be surprised if then, well, Black Flag does better than we expect. Course correct. So we're now remaking it, like something like that, right? But that is of course like a short-term thing. But no, they need a big, like, maybe not on the Valhalla level, but something like that, and that will, because right now they're kind of breaking even with what they're doing right now, which is kind of crazy with the amount of studios they have. Rainbow Six, of course, still doing pretty well, and all the older Assassin's Creed games, and they still have the big franchises. It's just that they are not capitalizing on all the the popularity that these franchises once had. So I think one hit is gonna turn look better. I'm not sure if in the public sense it will be better. Like, I'm not sure if we will be here next year thinking, oh wow, we had the Ubisoft Renaissance. I don't believe that, because I've not seen that in the quality they've put out recently. And I think Ghost Recon is gonna be very important as well. Breakpoint was the breakpoint for that series. But there are still fans of that. But on the other hand, since Breakpoint came out, we've had Ready or Not. We have so many, like Delta Force. I have so many new shooters, and Battlefield's of course now back and bigger than ever. So, is there still room for them going in the first person, direction as well? They really have to show, because these things have been in the making for a long time. They have been making these choices like at the start of COVID, and we're now finally seeing the fruits of that. And because the last few years I think Shadows was the first game kind of from that period. Before that we had Far Cry 6 was still a kind of old. It did not really do a lot for the series, did not innovate enough. Then they did not have enough. Then they only had Mario and Rabbids in 2022. Then they had Mirage in 2023, and now in 2024 they had Star Wars Outlaws, which was a dud. Now this year Assassin's Creed Shadows, that did not do as well as I think they hoped, and they now have these big franchises lined up. It's going to be very important, but I don't think they will people will. I do think they will be in a better situation than last year, or than right now. But I'm not sure if they will be as celebrated as they once were.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think one of the interesting things about like the Black Flag remake is that, like you said, people might like let's just assume, for the point of argument, that it's well done. It's just like revitalization of the old game we all know and love. We play it and we're like, oh yeah, I remember this, but it's just polished and better. I'm assuming they're not like redoing those beautiful cutscenes with like static procedural animations. Please, dear God, don't do that. So we're assuming that, but let's say that it's really well done and it does reignite that love for Black Flag. I think if people see that, they'll be reminded, like you said, of the glory days and of when they were able to put together really compelling stories and characters with beautiful music and everything. And if Hexe is not that, but new and fresh and modern, and it's just more like AC Shadows, and maybe the writing is bad, and even though it's linear narrative, it still is relying on these procedural animations, and it's just not very good. Like maybe it's fresh and has some unique ideas, but it's just like the solid 7 out of 10 kind of game where it's like it's fine or even good at times, but it's nothing that special. That I think could just lead to another wave of frustration where it's just like, yeah, no, you just proved to us that you used to have it and you're not there anymore. And so I think, they're primed to do something really, or to have an incredible year, but it's all about execution for them. If like they've set themselves up to be able to just hit Far Cry 7 out of the park, and then they hit Hexe out of the park, and the Black Flag remake gets hit out of the park, and the Prince of Persia remake is amazing. If they can execute on all of these phenomenally well, they could have the best year of any publisher in a long while in terms of like recovering from where they're currently at. But like you said, like the most recent behavior and execution would not suggest that that's what we will get. And personally for me, I have like such shockingly low confidence in the new leadership under Vantage Studios that I'm going to be amazed if they launch without NFTs at this point. So I'm starting from a much more skeptical position than I would have even 6 months ago, which is shocking because I would have started from a pretty skeptical position even back then. But it just means they gotta prove it, they gotta demonstrate it. But we'll see it. See, Remy says I'll give the game after Hexe a shot under Tencent oversight. Well, that's the thing. It's Tencent oversight mixed with Charlie Guillemot oversight, and Charlie Guillemot's last project was something called Unagi, which was, and I'm not joking, a Web3 AI NFT blockchain crypto bro like life simulator mixed with a dating simulator mixed with AI video short film generation. Like it's the most unhinged stupid dude bro like thing you've ever heard of. Like just think of a buzzword from like crypto bros, and that's just everything he's been doing for 5 years, and then he was just given the keys to a $4 billion company. And he's now in charge with Christophe Drenet, and so he's gonna have somebody at least in the building that knows what they're doing. But like that's the guy in charge now. So forgive me for feeling negative.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see. But I mean, we will at least have a lot to talk about, I'm sure. Like Ubisoft will. If the games are not giving the entertainment or the interest, it's the things they do. It's the stories. That's why it's, I think, always a fascinating company to cover and talk about.
Yeah, no, it's they're the prime example of a company that never ceases to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Like they have so much going for them and they just cannot execute on it. And it's so frustrating because they have some amazing talent. But it's just the definition of a company that usually gets in its own way, usually because of mismanagement on the the upper end of leadership.
Yeah.
Codex Seeker, to be fair, says, I think Luke keeps overlooking the fact that he has 2 other partners he has to work with, and half them agree with him, so he won't be able to do whatever he wants. To be clear, he has a co-CEO who is that same guy, Christoph, who does have a history in game development, has worked on tons of games, has been at, I think he's from Montreal, or is he from Quebec?
Yeah, he is the basically the leader at Ubisoft Montreal. Like he runs the studio there.
Yeah, like he knows what he's doing. He's been around.
He's also an Encore. He's also in the family.
Really? He's all part of it. But like that's the thing is that if you're gonna pretend like the son of the CEO does not have a built-in power disparity compared to the guy who is not the CEO's son, I would argue that's naive. And it's the reason why I don't like these like family members being put in positions of leadership, because are you really going to tell me that Charlie was the best person for that job? Are you really going to tell me with a straight face that he was like qualified and capable? Like, come on, dude, come on. So yeah, he does have somebody next to him who is sharing the job, but he can also go and ask daddy to bend his arm if he really wants something to be done, because he's the son. And that's why like the built-in family disparity and power dynamic is so toxic. You know, it's just a problem.
Feels like Roman from Succession, right? He's like there. And he just is put in that position. Hopefully it doesn't screw things up like Roman, but we will see.
We'll see. Either way, I mean, I like I said in the video talking about it, in 5 years, if AC has been like, it's gone through a total renaissance and they're pumping out AC2 level classics consistently, I will go.
I don't think we'll ever go back to that.
And I will apologize to Charlie and I'll be like, I was wrong. You're not a Nepo baby. I mean, you are, but like, you're not bad at your job because of that. And I'll apologize. But if he starts doing really, really stupid stuff like making AC Web 3 tokenized NFT whatever, I will make fun of them a lot because that's stupid. So buckle up.
It's gonna be a good year no matter what.
Yes, it's gonna be a fun year. Any closing thoughts, Mr. Jor?
No, I think that's a nice thing to end it on. I liked having a short preview of next year already. I saw some people talk about Dispatch, the new Telltale or game by ex-Telltale people. I have it on the ROG, so I'm looking forward to playing that. I want to jump into Borderlands 4 because I missed that because of Yote. So I'm looking forward to catching up on some games in these coming months before the 2026 craziness starts. And of course, doing that solo trip alone with no one from the chat.
Sure.
Don't follow me. Don't stalk me.
No, we'll leave you alone.
Thanks.
We'll leave you alone. It's gonna be a good year. I'm expecting next week we should have some more stuff to talk about in the show. I appreciate you guys chilling with us and hanging out with us while we do this. Hopefully with workable audio this time around. And it's gonna be a good year. It's gonna be fascinating. There's a lot of fascinating stuff to discuss, not just industry wide, but also with individual studios and publishers. And we're gonna be here to talk about it every step of the way. You better believe it. So
yeah.
But we'll leave it there. Thank you for watching, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.
Bye.